Look at this Epstein file redaction. Someone emailed Epstein, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty," and their name is redacted. We were promised redactions would be to protect victims, not abusers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but we do know that the law gives the DOJ other reasons to redact. For instance, if there's an active investigation, that could be what's going on. Also, the DOJ just sent a letter to Congress telling members of Congress they are able to review the documents in unredacted forms if they wish. This is about transparency to the public, but we also see this email that says, "New Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 9 years old," and the name is redacted once again. It is important to know that the equal sign is an export error. It's supposed to be a 1. This email shows up 4 different times in the files. 3 of them have it corrected at 19-year-old. Well, that makes a huge difference. Thank you so much. But the name of the sender in all of them is redacted. So whether it's a 9 or 19-year-old, this seems like an important piece of information. You'll see one of these emails does show it from a modeling agency based in Paris. The same modeling agency sent Epstein other emails from a lady named Victoria Houses. Who is that, and why isn't she being brought in for questioning? And why the redaction on the one about the Brazilian? And why is the name redacted when Epstein sent this to someone? Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Or the co-conspirators from the Florida draft indictment. Why are they redacted? Again, the Epstein Transparency Act set a process in place to deal with over-redactions. The DOJ has 15 days to send Congress a summary explaining their redaction, and as the letter said, after that is done, if Congress members want to see the unredacted version for themselves, they can. Let the process play out. It's hard to trust the process when the only results thus far from the release were certain victims exposed and no new abusers in jail. Peter Mandelson is under investigation. That's in the UK. Still.
All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got 2 one-on-one interviews to get into, and then we got the reading off of the Epstein files I also want to do because it's pretty gruesome, and I want you guys to understand what everybody's talking about. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it by double tapping that screen, liking the video. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
And good evening from our nation's capital, where today we sat down exclusively with President Trump at this extremely pivotal moment in his second term. The president making a number of headlines discussing everything from the midterm elections to the economy to his administration's handling of the immigration crackdown, telling me what he learned from Minneapolis and about where ICE officers could head next. And with the affordability crisis impacting so many Americans right now, you'll hear what he said about when to expect economic relief. I also asked him point blank about this moment with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and if his Justice Department would drop the investigation into Powell. And as the Republican Party faces growing pressure ahead of the midterms, what he said about the possibility of 2028 and the presidential ticket possibly featuring on the Republican side Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Plus, we pressed him on what those FBI agents were looking for when they raided an election office in Georgia. And his warning tonight to Iran's supreme leader after that country's deadly protest crackdown. Also, the surprising response when asked about his relationship with former President Bill Clinton. During our talk, the president pointing out ongoing construction on the White House ballroom, what he said about bulletproof windows and drone-proof ceilings being installed, and if he ever worries about his own safety, plus what he told me about his personal health. But we start with the major breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Tom Homan announcing he's pulling hundreds of federal officers out of Minnesota, and that's where our conversation begins. Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our—
So it's a trade-off pretty much. He's pretty much saying that, look, I'll take 700 ICE officers out, but you got to give us all those undocumented immigrants that you've been keeping from us in your jails. And it seems like the prisons are the only people that are willing to give up these undocumented immigrants, probably because they're already overcrowded enough. But yeah, it's a bit insane that we got, bro, literally the local government protecting these undocumented immigrants while they're in jail, sometimes releasing them or just preventing them from being taken by ICE.
Our country, I say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept, and we're getting them out. Yeah. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people, and they happen to be Democrats.
Right. Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I
mean, the most high crime cities in America are ran by Democrats. And I know I know what the Dems will say. Oh, it's the red states. Wrong, because the places with the highest crime in those red states are blue cities every single time.
Learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them. And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made. We've done a great job everywhere. The only place there's been a little inflammation has been really, it's not Minnesota, because we've done well with
Los Angeles, too. There's been others. Yeah.
Well, I saved Los Angeles. The top law enforcement officer, right at the beginning of my time when they were having riots, before me and it carried into me. If I didn't go in there with the National Guard, with troops, you wouldn't have the Olympics, which I got the Olympics. You wouldn't have the Olympics in Los Angeles. And he said, without the president sending in the troops, we would have lost Los Angeles. Yeah. And you know what? I saved Los Angeles. And we will do it again if we have to. And by the way, we're going to have a very safe Olympics, and we're going to have a very safe world.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. The goal is 100 likes, so let's get to that by double tapping that screen.
Speaking of Minneapolis, after the shooting of Renee Good, you said ICE made some mistakes. What were the mistakes?
Well, look, I'm not happy with the two incidents. It's not, it's both of them, not one or the other. He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. And nobody could be happy, and ICE wasn't happy either. But I'm going to always be with our great people of law enforcement, ICE, police. We have to back them. If we don't back them, we don't have a country. If we don't back them, you're going to end up, look, Washington, D.C. was a very unsafe place to be. You couldn't walk to the White House. You couldn't walk to a restaurant. Restaurants were closing. I inherited not only a mess with the country, I inherited a horrible, very dangerous capital. Washington.
Here's the thing. Trump's not saying we back them no matter what they do. Like, oh, we're just giving them immunity. He's saying we got to back them when it counts. When we got Dems literally out here trying to say that, oh, no, Renee Good was murdered. He's a murderer. And it's like, well, what happened to due process, guys? The same thing you were complaining about for the illegals. Yeah. Innocent until proven guilty. What happened to all that? So y'all need to chill out on that whole he's a murderer thing. Even with Alex Preddy, like, you can't even say that was murder. Why? Because for all we know, his gun could have went off. That could have led to him accidentally getting shot. Let's also not forget that he walked up to an ICE officer trying to impede an arrest or a law enforcement scene, or get involved in a law enforcement scene while armed, by the way. Like, both situations, there were things that these individuals could have done to, save their own life.
D.C. is now an extremely safe place. You see what happened. You're here a lot.
When you mentioned Renee
Good,
let me
ask you, Tom,
yeah.
You're here a lot.
Yeah.
Would you have walked down the street a year and a half ago with your family? No. But today you can, and nothing's going to happen. You mentioned Renee Good and Alex Preddy not being angels. Do you think any of that justified what happened to them, though? No, I don't. It should have not happened. It was a very sad, to me, it was a very sad incident, two incidents. And, they mentioned the one now, they don't mention the other. Well, I think they were both sad. And, who feels worse about it than anybody? The people of ICE.
The reason they don't mention Renee Good, because, Renee Good is going to be seen as a lawful shot. Like, I know the Dems are going to lose their mind about that. They're going to be like, oh, well, said, she was turning away and all this good stuff. And that's great. Like, trust me, bro, I get it. Like, we're all hearing you. I don't believe that she was trying to run that ICE officer either. But we're going off the perception of the officer. It's all on his perception. When we talk about the totality of evidence, yes, his perception of him probably but thinking he's about to be hit matters. And yeah, I'm sorry, but if you're being told to get out that car and you ignore that order and you're driving off, at that point, you are using your car as a weapon, especially while officers are around you and trying to pull you out the car.
They're strong, tough people, and they have to be tough because we're dealing with hardened criminals. Right. We're dealing with people, Jails have been emptied into our country from all over the world, from Venezuela, where we had great success, you will admit, but from Venezuela, from the Congo in Africa, from all over the world. Jails, the jail population was emptied into our country. If we don't have strong people, you're not getting them out. And we're getting.
Look, guys, look. I mean, you could cry to me, but you're gonna be crying to the at the court steps when this guy gets off. Okay, I mean, it just is what it is.
Them out. Remember this again. I say it again and again. We have record low crime in the United States. Nobody's been able to say that for 125 years.
So I want to be clear, because it sounds like there is a shift in immigration enforcement here, that there's going to be a shift after Minneapolis. What should Americans expect going forward?
Well, one thing I say to my people, you know, we do a good job, we don't get credit for it. I say they have to ask and they have to say please. When a city is
who has to ask and who has to say please?
The mayor or the governor.
Both.
I don't want to go and force ourselves into a city, even if their numbers are terrible. Like, for instance, I got a call from Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana. He said, we have a big problem. Could you go in and help us with well, let's see, certain sections. I mean, to be honest with you, certain sections of the state, beyond their famous, beautiful city, certain sections of the state. We have done, not only in New Orleans, we've done a really great job in Louisiana, but I was called. I want to be called. Chicago, we could solve the Chicago crime.
Well, on that question, which cities are you headed to next?
We have 5 cities that we're looking at very strongly, but we want to be invited. We will sometimes call the governors.
Are they cities like Chicago, Philadelphia? Are these the cities?
Now, you know, Pritzker's not going to let you inside Illinois or Chicago. I mean, Brandon Johnson. I mean, look, bro, we're talking about like mayors and governors who literally care about undocumented immigrants more than their own citizens. That's what you got to realize, to the point where they're willing to, I would say, invoke this radical language towards ICE to get their own constituents to go out there and put themselves in harm's way. These are the people that we're dealing with.
We could straighten out the crime in Chicago. We've already brought it down 25% just by being there. We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like DC is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to. And I look forward. You know, I didn't campaign on that. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't think I'd be going into individual cities and making them safe.
Anything else you can tell us about the 5 cities? The 5 cities, anything else? So Americans are ready?
We'll be announcing them very quickly, but we could do something. As an example, I was called by people. San Francisco said, please, we have a Democrat mayor. He's trying very hard. Would you, friends of mine that live there, it's got crime problems. Would you let him do the job and not come in? Let's see how it works. I said, look, I can do it much quicker, much faster. Don't forget, we remove criminals. We took over 2,000 hardcore criminals out of Washington, D.C. If we didn't do that, 2% of the people.
No, here's a problem. What the Dems don't know. When Renee Good was, you know, obstructing and disturbing the police during their investigation or the tracking down of a child molester, yes, of an undocumented immigrant who's a child molester, well, that's what Renee Good was disturbing, not locking up your most favorite undocumented immigrant. I'm sorry, that's not what was happening. And you guys got to realize you're not only protecting these guys, 'cause you're doing 2 things at once. You're protecting the undocumented immigrants who've committed, well, no crime, but being here illegally. And then you're also protecting the undocumented immigrants who've committed heinous crimes at the same time, while crying about Trump being a pedophile protector, while you're also doing the same through your protests. I mean, it's hilarious, low-key.
Create 90% of the crime. Think of that, 2%. So you have a criminal, because it's over and over again, 2% create 90% of the crime. We took out 2,000 people, more than 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C., and we now have a safe city.
You, as I mentioned, you've had success on immigration. Illegal border crossings are at historic lows, right?
You know, it's so nice that you said that.
But if you look at
Tom, what you just said.
It's true.
No, but it's so nice. I hope you air it. It's so nice what you said, because that's called good reporting. That's called fair reporting. Now give me the second part.
Now let me give you the second part of the question. But if you look at the polls, most Americans say they don't like how you've handled immigration, right? Especially what's happened in Minneapolis. How do you change their minds?
Well, I don't believe the polls.
Yeah, because they're mainly asking what the left on how Trump is handling immigration. It's like, no, we understand that Trump is actually handling immigration pretty well. The problem is, it's these states and cities that aren't handling it well. And we're really talking about, well, there's only two cases. There was a case in LA where that got out of hand, where people were throwing rocks at ICE officers. And then we got it over here in Minneapolis, where people are, well, for some reason, Mayor Jacob Fry is not providing crowd control by involving local police, or at least getting surrounding local police to help out with crowd control to protect the protesters and the ICE officers. But we also got Tim Walz, who was the mayor, not the mayor, but the governor of Minnesota, to bring in the National Guard to provide crowd control for the local police, to help out ICE officers, to help them carry out their investigations, operations, or whatever. That's all that needed to happen, and Renee Good and Alex Preddy would still be here to this day. So it's not ICE's fault. It's the leadership of these mayors and governors. Really, I'm gonna be real with you. It's like, let's just be real. The main examples is Tim Walz and Jacob Fry.
For one thing, because how can you not have? I saw a poll in the border where I'm at 55%. Okay,
The polls show that Americans aren't against the deportations.
Well,
it's the
but here's
handling
the
of
thing.
immigration.
You know, polls, it depends on the way you ask the question. I saw a poll in the border. I'm at 55%. Well, how can I only be at 55% when everybody agrees that the border is totally, beautifully closed and nobody's coming in unless they come in legally, et cetera. It couldn't be better. I should be at 100%. I don't believe the polls. And some polls, I mean, I could show you polls where I'm polling at 69% popularity, and some polls where
I'm sorry, I gotta grill people like you. You guys gotta realize this is what's rage bait. I'm not rage baiting you. If rage bait is telling you the truth, then bro, that's your problem. I'm sorry about that. And as a black man, if I sell out, I can make some money. Brother, selling out is going along with the black liberals' idea of abortion and socialism, apparently, that what they're picking up as well. And of course, the victimhood mentality that you have as well. So I'm sorry, but selling out, bro, selling out is telling you the truth. And I'm sorry, bro, that you feel that way.
I have one at
We lost the White House to
71.
share that
Wait
with
a
us.
minute.
Yeah.
71%. And then I have polls where I'm at 44% and 42%. The polls are almost dishonest, almost as
I don't think these libs understand that, bro. I'd make more money lying to you guys. I'd make more money going along with the rage bait of, oh, they're murderers. They're out there trying to get you guys. They're going to take you to foreign dungeons, because that's what you idiots pay for. You pay for that fear porn. And I mean, and just what? These left-wing pundits, they're going to give it to you because you pay for it. I'm not. I'm going to give you the truth. And the truth is, guess what? That Renee Good shot, lawful. Now, when we get to Alex Preddy, we'll see. It's still being investigated, but it's looking like that one is going to get cleared to be an okay shot as well. So I'm sorry, but get out your feelings. It ain't rage bait, because I'm telling you the truth.
dishonest as some of the reporters themselves.
Yeah.
But I'm getting very good polls. I'm getting very good polls on crime prevention, on law and order, and on the border. I have to, and I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think
the
is
polls
our
on the
biggest
economy
success.
they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they? If you believe that,
I don't know. I mean, look, I've got
Americans tell us, we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it.
Just so you understand.
Yeah.
I have $18 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years,
but
and the whole country was going to credit. You know,
when does America feel it?
You know that if they won that election, and we won in a landslide, you know, if they won that election, this country I think it was finished. I actually think it was finished. You would have had people, instead of 18 coming in, 18 trillion, you would have had $10 trillion leaving. I think our country, I think we would have been Venezuela on steroids.
I have a question about immigration still looking forward now. Your goal during the election was to deport everyone who came here illegally under President Biden. Is your mission now to deport everyone who came in illegally, or just people who have come in illegally who have also committed additional crimes?
We are totally focused on criminals, really bad criminals. Now, you could say people that came in illegally are criminals, but I'm talking about murderers from different countries. We have 11,888 murderers that Biden and his group led into our country. We've captured a lot of them. We've brought some of them back. A lot of them we don't want to bring back because we don't trust the country that they're not sent back again.
Yeah.
Despite how strong the borders are, they'll figure a way to try and get in, and we don't want to, and we'll incarcerate them. But 11,888 murders.
Yeah.
We are after those people. We're after the drug dealers.
Right.
We're after the. We are after. By the way, a big problem. They allowed to come into our country people from their mental institutions, people from insane asylums that are mentally ill and very dangerous. We're getting them out.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said he understands that Trump's.
Now, and that's the worst part about it. Look, the Democratic Party under Joe Biden created a huge mess at the border. They had about 10 million encounters, probably like 7 million people let in. Now, I know that a lot, and these are conservative numbers. I know people are going to tell you 10 million, 65 million. They're going to shoot it through the roof. But conservative numbers say about 4 to 7 million illegals were let in. And that's still an effing problem. And we still got to get them out. So it's kind of funny that the Dems created this problem and now they're crying about how it has to be cleaned up. Knowing that, crazy, Obama used the same language, the same enforcement, the same tactics to get these illegal immigrants out of here. And you guys said nothing. You want to know why? Because you weren't following around ICE with your phone trying to radicalize everything they do. I mean, calling them fascists and Gestapo is a bit out there. It's really insane that you called them now. You really can't make an honest comparison, but you'll still do it. And then when they pull up on you, you'll have this, I'm gonna be real with you, this like irrational fear of them. And honestly, that's what got Renee Good killed, because of rhetoric like Tim Walz saying that, oh, well, they're going to take you away to a foreign torture dungeon. Y'all actually believe that dumbass shit. Or, oh, they're mainly comprised of KKK and Proud Boys. Y'all actually believe that dumbass shit. Now I truly feel bad for y'all, because that is not the truth. And y'all been literally radicalized to hate, well, government authority, federal officers, and then y'all going out there and getting yourselves hurt over it. And this is the problem. And here's the thing. You guys are getting hurt over a problem that the, well, Democrats created. Like, I'm not going to say I'm pretty sure the Democratic base didn't want open borders. They didn't want their country to be flooded with illegals. But now that it's being done, they're the ones that's trying to stop it. And it's absolutely insane.
The president's sort of plan to deport people here who are here illegally. But he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it. She decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep.
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this? The ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too.
Yeah.
And, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean? You've said that a couple times now. What do you mean by that?
We don't sell the great job that we're doing. Look, we have the safest country.
Is that your staff? Are those your staff?
Excuse me, people from your persuasion, somewhat left, to a job on numbers. It just came out that in 125 years, we have the safest country, the best crime numbers since the year 1900.
That's a stat. Yeah, we know
that was
true.
Way before my father was born.
Right.
Think of that. And yet, then you talk about crime, or you talk about this, or you talk about that, and the poll numbers aren't that good. People, we don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate
I'm trying to help my people. PR, public relations.
Speaking of your people, you're never afraid to shake up your team. You've said that you're okay with shaking up your team. Do you still believe in Kristi Noem to deliver on your vision of immigration?
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. I mean, everybody gives me A+ on the border. The border was a disaster. People were pouring into our country.
I'll be real with you. I don't think it's really fair to just kind of like put all this blame on Kristi Noem when this is a one-off situation what's going on in Minneapolis. And they're calling for her impeachment as if this has been going on all across America, as if Americans has been getting shot by ICE all across America, when no, Minnesota's a special case, and that actually has some relevance. It shows that there is something special, well, a lack of leadership due to the mayor that's going on, that's causing these protesters to put themselves in harm's way and get hurt. Because if Jacob Fry would just put some crowd control out there, well, most of this stuff would never happen. I mean, ICE officers wouldn't be getting hurt. Civilians wouldn't be getting hurt nor killed. But apparently, the Democrats can never hold their base accountable for anything.
About the
they don't even try and come up now. You know the beautiful thing? The caravans. I think I came up with that name. thousands of people, 25, 30,000 people in a group. You know who sent them? Their countries. They sent the people that they didn't want. Not only criminals, people that didn't want to work hard, etc. They know who it is. They sent them into our country. We have nobody coming in anymore. We have very good. You just asked me, Christy, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Now, where Chrissy Noem's effed up is where she kind of like just came out of nowhere and started calling Renee Good and Alex Pretty. She called Renee Good a domestic terrorist, which is not provable because we don't know. Well, in my honest opinion, she overreacted and she was trying to drive off. Sadly, though, when she backed up her car, she put that officer in front of the car. So no, the officer didn't walk in front of the car. She moved her car and put him in front of it. Thus, when she went forward, he thought that she was trying to run him over. Thus, he took his shots. That's what happened.
Move to the economy now.
And excuse me, what is sad though, and it is, we had the two primary incidents. Right.
Oh, but here's the thing though, calling her a domestic terrorist, that just wasn't it. Like, there's no proof that she was a domestic terrorist. There's no proof that Alex Pretty was going up there trying to assassinate ICE officers. I mean, if he was, I don't think he'd have just got in front of him. He'd probably just pulled out his gun and tried to try to tell him to freeze. So yeah, what Alex Pretty, what Chrissy Noem and Stephen Miller said, out of line.
In Minnesota. So,
and you shook up leadership there. You brought Tom Homan in.
Yeah, I did. And Tom is great. Tom is a superstar. But you do thousands of arrests. You arrest thousands of rapists. You arrest thousands of the worst people. You arrest the drug dealers. I mean, we had drug kingpins. We had murderers. Thousands. No incident. We bring them back to their country. Two people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate even talking about it. Two people out of tens of thousands. Okay? Mm-hmm. And you get bad publicity. Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. They don't talk about.
But it was two Americans.
They don't talk about. We have the smallest trucks. As an example, we've been very tough on the waters, and soon, pretty much overall. But if you look at the waters where we knock out boats, each boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. We're doing a job like nobody's ever seen before. I just got off the phone with President Xi, and he is amazed at how well the United States is doing. He said he's never seen anything like it.
You brought the conversation, Mr. President, so let me ask you, what did you talk about with the leader of China?
About a lot of topics. We talked
What's the most important topic? Is it chips? Is it the wars in Ukraine? What is going on?
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Trump picked up some leverage on China ever since he captured Maduro and pretty much took control of their oil. Because China was getting that oil. China also had heavy influence in Venezuela, which is no longer valid no more since pretty much Trump just snatched their leader, and now the old Maduro regime is working with Trump. So yes, Delcy Rodriguez is playing ball, and it's working out in our favor. And this doesn't help China not one bit because they rely on oil, and they was getting oil under market price from Venezuela. So now Trump is walking to the table pretty much saying, look, we'll give you some oil, but you got to come to the table with a better deal for us when it comes to trade, which China has yet to do. If anything, they've been more aggressive than ever.
I would say the economy, the relationship that we have with China. I'm going to be going there in April. Then he's coming here toward the end of the year.
Coming to the White House?
He's coming to the White House, toward the end of the year. We have a very good relationship. And, it's important that I have a good relationship, and for him that he has a good relationship with me. We have to have these are the two most powerful countries in the world, and we have a very good relationship.
You talk about tariffs?
We spoke for an hour.
Does he ask you about the tariffs? Is he saying this is hurting us?
Well, they're paying a lot of tariffs, as you know. China's paying a lot of tariffs. In the past, they didn't. I'm the one that put tariffs on China. I put tariffs on a lot of tariffs, or just so you understand, making our country rich. Our country has taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, really trillions, because the threat of tariffs is getting all of these countries to lose to us. Yeah. And by the way, they've been doing it to us for 40 years. And now, but I'm doing it very judiciously, very fairly. but tariffs are bringing in tremendous amounts of money. I just get.
Here's the thing, guys, and this is how I know. Like, some of you guys are delusional when it comes to Trump and tariffs. So if tariffs were something that went straight to the consumer, then why are all these countries bending the knee every time Trump's out the word tariffs? Think about that. If it just went straight to the consumer, then wouldn't they just be like, okay, cool, go ahead and hurt yourself. We don't care. Oh, throw 25% on us. It's cool. Just get passed down to your consumer. We don't care. Instead, they're bending the knee. They're coming to the table and giving Trump whatever trade deal he wants. I mean, think about the sector Pacific tariffs. All right, 100% on semiconductors. All right, well then, why are these semiconductors companies bending the knee and building in America now? If they could just push it all on to the American consumer. I mean, pharmaceutical companies, AstraZeneca, building in Maryland. Want to know why? Because Trump put 100% on the, well, not for semiconductors, sorry, but pharmaceuticals that are not built inside of America. So if it goes straight to the consumer, how are we getting all these companies and countries to bend the knee to give us better deals? Like, make it make sense.
Give $12 billion to our farmers because they were mistreated by certain countries.
Yeah.
Tariff money. We're taking in hundreds of billions.
No, and I want to ask you about that. I want to get into that. Talking about the economy, you've brought a lot of prices down, as we said. Some are still stubborn.
Very few.
But when you, yeah, very few. I get it. Yeah.
Few.
When you talk to Americans, though, do you have to get them to understand that
do.
the prices are not going to come back down to your first term because we had a pandemic and we had record inflation? Are people's expectations too high, or is it just too expensive to live in America?
I just, again, don't think we're selling it properly. We've done a great job.
But it's expensive out there.
You saw gasoline this last week at $1.99 a gallon. It used to be, it was $4.50, $5 a gallon. $1.99.
I like to bring up this point every trip. The problem is that the main people who are, well, honestly, it's across the board, but the problem is it's mainly blue states that are crying about affordability. When it's mainly Dems I see coming here and talk about my prices have only went up. They've only went up. Sets, you're lying. And I'm like, let me show you something, brother. So let's go to this website right here, My Life Elsewhere, where you can compare living costs, you know, from city, state, country, all that cool stuff. So, you know, I'm shouting them out. So shout out mylifeelsewhere.com. And what I did here was compare the red state of Ohio's cost of living to the blue state of Virginia. Well, now blue state, because they voted in a governor that is now, well, raising their cost of living. But I went ahead and compared the costs. And surprise, surprise, Virginia is 23% more expensive than Ohio. I mean, y'all paying 30% more in groceries than I do. I mean, 2% less in transportation. That's nice. But I mean, it kind of gets canceled out when you're paying 30% more in housing and 50% more in childcare than I would be paying. And I mean, bro, we can go across the board with this, honestly. I mean, we can go to the most egregious of them, like New Jersey. Like New Jersey's, bro, 35%. There ain't not one place in New Jersey, not one category in New Jersey where I'm paying more. Think about how it is with California. Think about New York. It's the same. So when these Dems come to me talk about an affordability problem, I'm like, yo, you might want to check in with your local government because they're kind of screwing you guys. And you're blaming it on Trump, but they're the ones raising your taxes.
99 cents a gallon gasoline. I think we've really bring it. I mean, I don't expect them to be much higher. Now, there's a natural inflation.
But they're never going to go down to that first term.
I inherited the worst inflation.
And shout out to my man, Alex Garcia. Well, yeah, Alex Garcia. We're paying 90% of the tariffs, retard. Google it. No, we're not. And no, that's not something you can Google. Actually, if we're paying 90% of the tariffs and the average tariff is at what? The baseline tariff is 10%, then we will literally be seeing a 10% increase in the consumer price index and a 10% increase across the board in pricing. But that's not what we've been seeing. And I'm sorry, but I mean, like, bro, really? So we're paying 96% of the tariffs are being paid by, bro. You know, I know you're lying because you could easily go to consumer price index and it will show you that we're how much did price increase in the consumer price index in the month of January? 0.7%. 0.7%. Does 0.7% sound like we're taking in 96% of tariffs? And like I said, this is easily provable, Alex. And you're saying Google it? All right, but you're just gonna look stupid. But I will Google it right
In the
now.
history of our country, it was through the roof. Now, you will say it wasn't in history, it was 48 years. You know, there's a theory that was, I say it was the worst, but whether it's 48 years, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have almost no inflation. Think of it. You know what it was for the last 3 months? 1.2%. You know what it was under Biden? You can't count that high.
Yeah.
I inherited the worst inflation. I inherited the worst crime. I inherited high prices. So when I inherited
Inflation is
all
down
of those
2.7 right now, but it is down.
No.
Yeah.
For the last three, don't forget, I've inherited this mess.
Right.
For the last 3 months, it's at 1.2%. You know that?
Yeah. But the last
3 months.
You floated the idea of $2,000 rebate checks for Americans from tariff revenue. Who's going to get that, and when is that going to happen?
We'd make it. I'm looking at it very seriously. I'm the only one can do it because I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars of money.
But you can promise some Americans will get those checks.
Oh yeah, sure. I can do that. I haven't made the commitment yet, but I may make the commitment.
So it's not.
Well, I just gave 1776, right?
Yeah.
To the military. Right, $1,776.
But you said all.
You know, it's
Americans
1775. They presented it to me because that's what we have in a budget that I created because I want to take care of our military. Nobody takes care of the military like I do.
Yeah.
So $1,775. And I said, wait a minute, if you had $1, it's 1776. You know, that's quite a famous date.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So anyway, so I gave 1,776 to our military, and they are very thankful.
Let's get to the Fed.
And now I may be doing that with regard to the entire population.
Okay, let's get to the Fed. Is there any doubt in your mind that interest rates are going to be lowered?
Not much.
Why? How can you say that?
I just think they're going to be lowered. I mean, they should.
Is your new Fed pick on board with that?
We're way high. Okay, we're way high in interest. We have now, with me.
Now, the new Fed pick, Kevin Walsh, you know, Stanford graduate and all that good stuff. He did actually say he is going to go out there and cut rates. He's not the guy to believe in quantitative easing, which for some reason people thought was just a fix-all situation for the economy. But he is showing some type of promise. Now, we'll see when he gets in there because, I mean, you never know. They say one thing and do another once they get in seat. And the Fed chair is a very peculiar spot because once you're there for 10 years and no president can remove you.
With all the money, I've always been good at money. And with all the money coming into our country, we're a rich country again. We have debt, but we also have growth. And the growth will soon make the debt look very small. Because it's the greatest way, you have two ways. You can cut, and we do that anyway, and we did that. You know, we got rid of
so misleading.
hundreds of thousands of federal workers.
Yeah.
And those workers went out and got themselves jobs in the free enterprise system. And you know what? That's called making America great again. We had 10 workers in the federal government for every single job. When the Democrats go in, they hire. I could right now give you the best.
Yo, Alex, bro, that is extremely disingenuous what you just said. Now, when Alex said Americans are paying 96% of tariffs, all right. You know, it said American businesses, right? So who are the importer of these goods? You know who pays the tariffs, right? Are the importers. And I've been said that the importers can absorb the costs on their profit margin or on their overhead costs. I mean, you're pretty much just said that pretty much the rich is eating the tariffs. I mean, do you have a problem with that? Because it says American businesses. So you're disingenuous when you said Americans are paying the tariffs, not the American consumer, but the American businesses, the importers that are bringing in these foreign products. See, like I said, you guys are liars. For some crazy reason, you guys will literally lie.
Employment numbers in history. You know what I do? Go out and hire 2 million people, put them in the federal government.
Does your new Fed
I do the opposite.
Does your new Fed
you
understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Oh, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise them,
if he said that, he wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
No.
If I thought he was a interest rate, now there'll be times if I see inflation on the horizon, but we don't have that. We have low inflation. Remember, 1.2% inflation in the last 3 months. We have low inflation and we have tremendous growth. You haven't had these numbers like
Oh
that.
yeah, and the funny thing is, I know where you got this article from. 'Cause I had to read through like 3 articles on the situation, and I finally stopped at here in Investopedia, and this is where bro got it from. Here it is: American businesses and consumers are paying 96% of the total cost of Trump sweeping tariffs. So American businesses and consumers. So you put them together, and you got 96%. I mean, are you stupid, bro? The importer are the ones who pays the tariff. So no shit, the American businesses are the ones paying it. But to sit there and say American businesses and consumers without separating the two, like, are you serious? Yes, extremely disingenuous. Like, wow. But yeah, that was according to Investopedia. American businesses and consumers are paying 96% of the tariffs without separating the two. When we all know and tariffs are paid by who? The importer. So that means their American businesses are the ones paying the tariffs. And you would know if it was being 96, like you said, because it's not 96%, because it didn't differentiate between, actually, it fused the two groups together. And I mean, let's be real, if you're smart, I mean, really, you're going to fuse the two groups together and sell it as 96 being passed down when it's most likely 96% of American businesses are the one eating the tariffs. Like, you for real? But okay, though. Hey, we try to make the rich work for us, and you guys start complaining about it. Crazy.
We have, think of it, low inflation, great growth. All I have to do is one thing, easy, get down the interest rate.
Do you think the Fed chair answers to you or is an independent body?
Well, I mean, in theory, it's an independent body, but I think, I'm a smart guy. I know the economy better than almost everybody.
So he answers to you.
They did that prediction chart a year ago, and they had 71 great economists and me making the predictions. And, only 2 people were right, me and one other guy who is a very smart professor from a certain school that I went to.
Yeah.
Very good school.
Yeah.
And the 2 of us were right. Everybody else was wrong.
There's been bipartisan suggestions that the criminal investigation to the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell.
But all right, though, before we get into the criminal investigation on Jerome Powell, guys, let me show you something here. It's like crazy how, and this has come from Investopedia. Now, there are other websites that will tell you the truth, but I'm going to go with most likely what this guy went off of, Alex. American businesses and customers are paying 96% of the cost of Trump's tariffs. Right here. Right there. So when you fuse these two groups together, I mean, how do I know which group takes majority of that 60% or that 96%? Like, how would I know that? But you kind of see how they sell it to you, how he just sold it to you like, oh, no, we're paying 96% of the tariffs, even though, price data, economic data does not reflect that whatsoever. But, hey, let's get into our guy Powell, though.
Is payback, right?
Oh, guys, man, make sure you guys double tap the screen and like the video, guys. You got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to get into it with you guys, just like I did with our very goofy friend Alex over here. And I appreciate you, Alex. I really do.
Not lowering interest rates, but also for when he was in that sort of news conference with you with the hard hats and he was shaking his head and showing you the papers and disagreeing with you in public. Is that why he's under criminal investigation?
He was very respectful to me. He wasn't just, he was explaining to me.
Yeah.
I'm asking him, why are you spending almost $4 billion on a very small little complex of buildings? It's the highest price per square foot. He's renovating buildings for $3 to $4 billion. And this Fed chair that I have I think is going to be great. He might not have a home because this guy has spent so much money. And I looked, it's a see-through. There's nothing inside. They are spending money. He's in charge of the project.
Yeah.
This is the Federal Reserve building I'm talking about. It's a very small little, it's actually a couple of little, but they're spending more money than any building ever built in history per square foot.
Some Republican senators say they're not going to approve him unless you drop that investigation.
A lot of people say a lot of things.
You don't think that's true? You think,
I don't know.
is it worth it to drop the investigation to get your Fed chair through?
I think the investigation is the investigation. It's being handled by Pam and Janine and the people. They'll make their own decision on it.
Yeah. Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used?
But I do say this about, you can't let a man spend billions of dollars doing a bill. I would have done that job for $25 million and it would have been done much better.
Right.
They're spending billions of dollars on a renovation of a little complex.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used ChatGPT or Claude?
I haven't really, but I know all about it. Let me just talk about AI.
Yeah.
AI is a big deal. AI is going to be maybe the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, bigger than anything else. We are leading China by a lot. We are leading everybody by a lot. They're all building their factories here. And you know what I did for the electric? Because they need twice the electric as we currently produce for the whole country, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody can do that. But so what I did is I came up with a concept. Each building that is built is going to generate their own electricity.
And that got to be done because, I mean, the main complaint about these data centers, when you put them in their own area without them, you know, without them creating their own energy, they draw on the energy of the locals, and the locals end up paying higher electricity bills because of the data centers in their area. And it low-key decimates them. I mean, we're talking about, if your bill is like 150 to 175 a month, you're now looking at a $400 bill out of nowhere. And that's what these data centers are doing to these Americans. Middle class, by the way. Now, they done switched the game up, and they're starting to move out in more, I would say, high net worth areas or high income areas, to where it's not that bad, to where these guys can afford an extra 200 to 300. And these guys are even complaining still, but hey, they're able to take it on the chin better. But this is the problem with the data centers. When we put them in these local areas around American citizens, residents, they tend to raise the bills of these residents, the electric bills. And that's not really helping us out when it comes to affordability. I mean, if it's data centers at the risk of raising your electric bill, you're going to say F the data centers. And I mean, I get it.
To build their own electric plant. We are building numbers of AI. And by the way, also auto plants, everything. We're building everything. But do you know, I just left Michigan. I was with Ford. They were going to close this building that was built in the early 1900s, one of the biggest factories. They were going to close it. It was scheduled to close prior to my election. After I won the election, they said, let's try keeping it open. They just went to 3 shifts. It's 24 hours a day. And the head of Ford, Mr. Ford, said it's the most incredible auto comeback I've ever seen.
Mr. President, let me ask you, there's no doubt you are the president who's ushering in the AI revolution, but this is happening on your watch. If AI affects humanity in a negative way, is that on you? Because some of these CEOs of AI companies say, we need guardrails. This could get out of control. Does that worry you?
Everything's on me as president. Everything's on me. I can say this, it'll be the greatest jobs producer. It'll be the greatest military producer. It'll be the greatest medical producer. There'll be tremendous good. And there'll be probably some bad too.
Well, it's killing a lot of jobs. And what do you say to Americans who are going to lose their jobs to AI?
It's going to create a lot of jobs.
But right now it's taking jobs in a lot of ways. It's taking jobs from companies like Amazon. What would you say to those Americans?
But it hasn't really started. These major plants haven't even been built. What you're going to
but Mr. President, AI has already started to take jobs because the technology is there.
So we have, it's just announced.
No, that's an excellent point. I mean, I know, look, my co-host Monty, he likes to come on here and be like, AI is the future and all this good stuff. And I would love for that to be true. But right now, it seems like they're putting the cart before the horse, and AI is the cart and we're the horse. And it seems like AI has been put before us to the point where, these companies are taking the cheaper route out, which is AI. They're saving money by just using AI to code. I mean, run their books and all that good stuff. Now, this is a problem because there's going to be a lot of Americans who are out of work because of AI. But what are they supposed to do? They can never compete with a robot that's constantly learning and getting better by the day. So what? They're just supposed to be jobless? What are you going to do? Instead of telling them to learn how to code, you're going to tell them, learn machine learning now? Is like, what's the plan here? And I mean, if that's the plan, please be transparent about it.
More jobs right now occupied in the United States of America than at any time during its existence, 250 years. There are more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. Pretty good stat. That kills that question.
Yeah, we have to look it up.
That's a good answer. That kills that question.
Mr. President, there's widespread concern that AI is going to wipe out a lot of jobs, manufacturing jobs.
They said the internet was going to do, everything was going to do. Robots are going to kill jobs. Everything's going to kill jobs. And you end up, if you're smart, doing great.
Okay, you are close with the Ellisons, who are trying to stop a merger between Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix. This deal could change the makeup of the media as we know it. Are you personally going to get involved in that deal?
I haven't been involved. I must say, I guess I'm considered to be a very strong president. I've been called by both sides. It's the two sides. But I've decided I shouldn't be involved. The Justice Department will handle it.
Okay. In what way? Just looking at it to see if
Well,
it's
they're going to
regular?
make a decision. I mean, there's a theory that one of the companies is too big and it shouldn't be allowed to do it. And the other company is saying something else about, they're knocking the
But
hell
you're
out
not
of
going to
each other.
interfere, even though
They're
you're close with
beating
the
the hell out of
Ellisons.
each other, and there'll be a winner.
Okay. Let's talk about the midterms. You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
And I didn't say national, I said there are some areas in our country that are extremely corrupt. They have very corrupt elections. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give you plenty of more too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If we have to, if they don't straighten it out. As an example, voter ID.
Yeah.
Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? You know who does?
I mean, to be quite honest with you, it's like, bro, the Democrats just cannot win when it comes to denying the use of voter ID. It's like, well, why not? And the problem is, all they got is, well, slightly racist rhetoric for us. Be real with you. Like they become accidental racist when it comes to voter ID, guys. And you know what? I showed this video last night, but I'm gonna show you guys again because it's absolutely hilarious. Their arguments when it comes to voter ID. Because let's hear them out, because there really is no excuse across the board. We want voter ID. I mean, Republican and Democrat alike, we all agree, well, to keep our elections fair and with integrity, we should probably, invoke this whole voter ID thing. But for some reason, you got Dems making arguments like this.
What opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad.
I think voter ID laws are a way
Racist?
to perpetuate racism.
Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
Tell us how.
Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
So yeah, it suppresses the African American vote because we are less likely to have state IDs, even though we have BMVs. Our schools also help us get state IDs as well, and so do our parents, because our parents are also get advice on, oh yeah, make sure to get your kid a student ID. You never know, they end up lost. They want to make sure people can identify them. They can go to an officer and get themselves identified. Like this is actually taught to like black children too, right? Black parents in the hood, in the ghettos. Same. I mean, it's not just the upper middle class. I mean, it's kind of effed up that they even think this, but let's let them cook.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
You can always get IDs you do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works.
A lot of people have smartphones, but you might not have data.
For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African American.
She said they all felons, bro, in Florida. Oh, crying, bro. Hey, no, it's the accidental racism, because I don't really think this young lady's being intentionally racist. But when you sit there and say that, the black people in Florida, most of them are felons, and that means most of those people can't vote. Most of the black people in Florida are not felons. What? That's fucked up. But it's funny. It is funny.
Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think we don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this? Some type of trick candy camera?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people.
I mean, bro, if there ain't one thing a brother gonna have on him, bro, it's gonna be his ID, like, or at least his wallet. Like, that's crazy how they think that. Oh well, you know, if you require voter ID, black people won't be able to vote. And then that young lady said, "Well, you know, all the black people in Florida are felons, so they won't be able to vote." I'm just like, wow, wow.
Figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
What does that say to you?
I know it's that. It's on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is, Ryan?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Oh, and shout out Toe for sending the $2. He had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Appreciate the support, sis.
Do you have a problem getting there if you have to get there?
No.
I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
Okay.
And I also heard a lot that black people, especially poor black people, have no access to the internet, can't figure out how to use the internet.
That's just
Bro, it's crazy.
Honestly, everybody has access to the internet. Even a little kid could figure out how to work the internet.
Literally.
I had access to the internet for years.
You know how to use it?
I'm sorry, but we got like little ass kids, like single digit age or 10 years old, working phones like this, working iPhones, better than old people can, better than a 30-year-old can. So excuse me, that is crazy to sit there and say that about black people, saying that, oh, well, it's racist because they just don't got the resources. It's like, bro, where you think we living at? Like, where you think we voting from? The Sahara Desert and what? In the Congo somewhere?
Exactly. I do it at work. So, of course, I know how to use it. My kids know how to use it. They all have iPads, iPods, whatever.
Your phone has data?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You can actually unlimited data.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I drilled in that point good enough, though.
Want voter ID? Democrat voters want it, but Democrat politicians don't. Why don't they want it? Because they want to cheat on elections. Can you imagine if I were a politician and they asked me, do you want voter identification? And I said, no, there's no way you could win that debate. But even the Democrats don't want voter ID. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat. We can't allow cheating in elections. Now, if we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this, they're really an agent. They're really accumulating the votes for who wins an election. If they can't do it honestly and it can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest. Look, I want the last one that wants to complain. I just had a great election. They say one of the greatest elections, you will agree, ever. Won all 7 swing states, won 84% of the counties in America. That's why the map is all red. We just had a great election. I believe there was cheating. I think there was cheating.
Well, speaking of counties, what are you doing in Fulton County?
Too big to read.
Speaking of counties, what is happening in Fulton County?
Hey, shout out to our man Daniel Castro. He says, "S.E.T don't have an ID. Quit lying." Oh, yes, I do. Shit, I better have an ID. Sure, I better have a license on me too, which is basically the other ID. But I got both. Actually, I have both, just in case. You never know.
Anything, but the FBI went in because it's been under I guess review for years. The cheating that took place in Fulton
What are they
County
looking for?
and in that particular
Nobody knows
state.
what's in the warrant. What are they
You're going to
looking
find
for?
out. Look, why would anybody be upset that they went in and they got the ballots? I guess, right?
Yeah.
Again, they did this. That's been under review and under investigation for 4 years. And now they got a court order. You know, they got a court order signed by
But nobody knows what
a
the evidence
respected but
is.
liberal judge signed a court order allowing them to go in and pick them up. Well, you're going to know what the ballots say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but you know, a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating.
No,
I
knew it. I was like, bro, the only reason why she would be there because, well, commonly when it comes to election interference or election fraud, it's usually like an international, like foreign interference. So yeah, when I'm be real with you, election interference is usually involves foreign interference, and we should know because we do it to other countries. Yes, we interfere in other countries' elections. We do it all the time. We just did it with Argentina, but outside of that, yeah, that's why Tulsi Gabbard was there, just to see if there was any type of foreign interference, because that's usually what election interference come with, is foreign interference.
People, they say, from China,
you put this on
let me ask
True
you,
Social.
do you think China tries to influence our election?
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore, she's foreign government.
But you tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah,
I'll read truth. Okay. But let me ask you this: if China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia. They talked about Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state.
Yeah.
And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was, but if there was cheating, it should be found, because we can't let it happen again.
Mr. President, I have a few more important questions for you. That's okay with you. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they've all been important.
Let's go to, there's a new lawsuit by you and your family that you're suing the IRS for $10.5 billion for leaking your tax documents. Yeah. Is this a good use of taxpayer money?
You can't leak documents. And any money that I win, I'll give it to charity, 100% to charities. Charities that will be approved by government or whatever. I have another lawsuit with the United States. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago.
But that's taxpayer money. It's going to get taken out of the system. I know it's going to charity, you're going to say.
And I've won that case. I mean, they broke in, the FBI illegally, Biden and his group. It wasn't Biden. He didn't know what he was doing. It was a group of very smart radical left people. They're very smart. They've lost their way.
Right.
And they broke into Mar-a-Lago. They broke into my home. They went through
they had warrants.
My wife's drawers.
Yeah.
They went through, that's a double meaning. They went through Barron's, my son's, everything. They went through the whole house. Hundreds of people. They went in with guns. They went in, guns
How would
would have been ablazing.
So how would this work?
Wait. I brought a lawsuit. Essentially, the lawsuit's been won. I guess I won a lot of money.
How would this work? So Scott Bessent's the head of the IRS. Pam Bondi is the head of the Justice Department. They're going to defend the IRS against you. You're their boss.
Well, there's never been anything like it, in all fairness.
So are you going to tell them to pay you?
Don't forget, I sued as a private citizen because I sued between terms. I won 3 times. I won 3 times, but I didn't assume, unfortunately for this country, I didn't assume office the second time. But here's the story. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago. That was before I became president. Now it goes along, and it turned out that the suit is a very strong suit.
You're going to tell them to pay you, though? You're the boss.
Well, what I would do, tell them to pay me, but I'll give 100% of the money to charity. I don't want any of the money.
You take it out of the system. A couple more questions here.
No, I'm putting it back into the system.
Yeah.
If I give money to American Cancer Society, I will give 100% of the money away to charity. I don't want any of it.
$30 trillion debt.
I was muted the whole time. My bad, guys. My bad. My bad. What I was pretty much saying in that crazy ass rant was pretty much I was saying that, well, I was hoping your when meant if, but this is what I was really trying to get at here. The fact is that if AI was to take 40% of jobs, bro, there'd be riots in the streets. And I mean, bro, if we're talking about they start taking the driving jobs with automation, they start taking the accounting or your financing jobs with AI and all that good stuff. There's too many people without a job while the people who own AI make all the money. That's going to lead to a revolution. Why? Because there's going to be a satisfied class and then a very small satisfied class or a very small group of rich people, while everybody else is just like left in poverty. And it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And it's going to cause the overthrowing of the government. I mean, I'm be real with you. AI could be one of the reasons that this country overthrows its government, because it kind of gave everything to AI and left their people out to dry. No universal income to maybe where it makes it kind of okay. No, just a blank face and I guess you just gotta pick up machine learning. I don't know, create your own AI, just start from scratch at, I don't know, 35, 45. Yeah, you're gonna drive people crazy doing that, and that's gonna cause people to start being a Luigi Mangione and going out there and attacking government officials. Well, no, I'm sorry, government officials and tech CEOs. No, both of those guys are going to get attacked.
And we're going to take $10 billion out of the system?
Well, I mean, you give it away anyway. They give away a lot of money.
Your endorsement
I'll tell you what, speaking about that, Minnesota.
Sorry, guys. Damn, I'm going to have to cut that out of the clip. Tough.
And these other states, we have massive investigations going into fraud.
Yeah.
Do you know, if we captured 50% of the fraud of this country right now, we would have better than a balanced budget. And you got to mention that Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud that we know about.
Your endorsement is the most important thing in the Republican primary.
No, in any primary.
Will you endorse in the 2028 presidential primary?
I hadn't even thought of it, but probably, yeah. I mean, I'd be inclined to. I have great people. We have a great bench. We have a lot of people. But yeah, I think so.
You've suggested that J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio would be a tough ticket to beat. Who should be at the top of that ticket?
Well, I don't want to get into this. We have 3 years to go. I don't want to, I have two people that are doing a great job. I don't want to have an argument with, I don't want to use the word fight. It wouldn't be a fight. But look, J.D. is fantastic and Marco is fantastic.
How are they
both
different?
doing a
How are they
great
different?
job. And I do think this. It's a great question. I think that's your most interesting question.
Yeah.
I would say one is slightly more diplomatic than the other. I think they're both of very high intelligence. I mean, they will do shows. They will do Joe Rogan as opposed to the opponent not doing it because they couldn't handle it. They will be able to do whatever they have to do. I think there's a difference in style. You can see the style yourself, but they're both very capable. I do think the combination of JD and Marco would be very hard to be beaten, I think. But you never know in politics, right? They say
you never know.
In the
a ticket with JD Vance or Marco Rubio, you would think it would be an unstoppable ticket, but you never know in politics. And here's the thing, personally for me, this may be take that my fellow MAGA brethren not gonna like, but I don't think JD Vance has showed enough leadership qualities to, gain my trust to be president. And, the whole relationship with Peter Thiel and the tech guys and all this good stuff. I'm not saying that, it's like he's working for the tech bros or he's going to bring the techocracy, but it's a bit concerning on that side. Marco Rubio, he's basically a neoconservative. Like, let's just keep it real. Bro's a warmonger, and I'm be honest with you, if he's in office, we might be getting into another war. Maybe. This is just my honest opinion of the two. Personally, I'd rather Thomas Massey or somebody like that. I'd rather those guys. But that's just me.
Age of Trump, you never know.
Yeah. On January 21st, 2029, do you see any scenario where you are still president?
But personally, though, I'll say this. Marco Rubio has shown greater leadership than JD Vance. I'll say that.
I don't know. It would be interesting. But wouldn't it be terrible if I agreed with, if I gave you the answer that you're looking for? It would make life so much less exciting, right? It would be so much less exciting. But I only do this for one reason: make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again, greater than ever before. Our country is greater than ever before. We're a rich nation. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from nations that took advantage of us. They thought we were stupid. They thought we were fools. They laughed at us. You know, people were laughing at us 1.5 years ago. They laughed at this country. They're not laughing anymore. They respect us. And I get along with them. They respect us.
Mr. President, I have pages and pages of questions, but they're telling me my time is up. I thank you for your time.
We'll do it again. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you.
All right.
That concludes the sit-down portion of our extended interview with the president. Right after this break, we'll show you our walk and talk in the Oval Office, where we discussed Iran, the Clintons, and the president's own health. Stay with us. We're back now with a special edition of Top Story following our exclusive sit-down interview with President Trump. We immediately continued the conversation where he showed me some of the Oval Office, but we also discussed important topics like Iran, Cuba, and his own health. Here's that conversation in its entirety.
This room had almost no pictures up.
Yeah.
And these pictures all came from the vaults.
Yeah.
And they're magnificent. I mean, I think they're magnificent and all, you know, first run, top of the line stuff, but mostly of presidents. We have a couple with Ben Franklin, but I think he qualifies, right? Ben Franklin's pretty good.
Is there any one you ever kind of hone in on where you're thinking deeply about anything, about an issue? Is there one you look at?
Maybe all of them. They're so different. George Washington, and you have Jefferson, and I took Ronald Reagan in. They made place of honor also. Did a great job. But Honest Abe Lincoln.
Who do you have up here? I mean, these are big ones
That's,
here.
Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington. Here we have the famous, come on over here. Here we have Declaration of Independence. That's one of the three. This was in the vaults for many years, and I said, it's time to take it out of the vaults.
Do you think at one point people will talk about you when they talk about presidents like Washington and Lincoln? Is that something you think is going to happen?
All I know is this, it's such an honor, but all I know, I'm walking down, and everyone's screaming, goat, goat. I said, what are they talking about? I hope they're right. Not for me, but for the country. Because if I do a great job, that means the country is doing well.
You're building the new ballroom. We hear about this new arch you're building, the Garden of Heroes as well. You're building a lot of things that are going to cement your legacy. Are you also doing this so the country never forgets you?
No, I think we need glamour brought back to our country. We need prestige. We need beauty brought. I mean, in addition to everything else, we need strength. We need all of those things. Like I'm doing an arc, a triumphal, they call it a triumphal arc. 57 cities have arcs. We're the only major important city. Washington, D.C. should have maybe the first arc. We're doing one that will be more magnificent and larger than the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. I would say the Paris arc is probably the most
stunning.
It's incredible. We're going to do one that's going to top it.
Is it true it's going to be 250 feet to mark the
anniversary? It'll be about that, yeah. It'll be a little bit taller than the one in Paris. It'll be a little bit larger than the one in Paris.
You're doing a lot of things for the 250th anniversary. What do you want Americans to feel this July 4th?
Strength, victory, security. You have a secure country. We've done so much militarily. We have a great military. I mean, you saw Venezuela. That was the people, the general that was in charge. He lived. He said he's never seen anything like it. They were all ready.
You talked about the weapon, the discombobulator. What
discombobulator? Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it. But
what does it do?
Let me just tell you. You know what?
Direct energy weapons. Now it's kind of crazy because when Trump was talking about this, I was like, oh, I seen the video on this where they roll up with this tank looking thing, but it didn't have a gun on it. It had this like little, it looked like, you know, it had a little barrel on it, but the barrel at the end of the barrel was like a flat surface. And what they're saying that it shoots out, I don't know what you want to call it, vibrations, rays, I don't know, but shoots out something at you, unseeable, and when it hits you, it can make you be scared, it can make you throw up, make you crap yourself, make you hear voices in your head. This is like a direct energy weapon. So let's say they're shooting some type of energy at you to where it can just control your bowel movement to how you're feeling right now, and pretty much saying that it can make you fearful. And that's what they were hitting them with. And I'm just like, what? I mean, y'all brought out the direct energy weapons? Man.
It does. None of their equipment works. That's what it does.
Now we know we got it.
How does it was my name. I'm very proud of the name. Everything was discombobulated. It was, you know, practically a shot wasn't, they were ready.
Right.
And when we came, they couldn't do anything.
You saw this on the video. You could tell.
Tom, it discombobulated everything.
Nothing worked, even including humans.
Well, let's put it this way. We lost no equipment in a very strong, and they're good fighters, great fighters. In a very bad environment, it was a military base, the biggest in South America. Because the house was in a base in in a very, very tough environment, we lost no men and we lost no equipment.
The discombobulator just knocked everything.
Well, it did something.
It did something. Did Delcy Rodriguez work with you guys before that raid?
I can't talk about that. I mean, I don't talk about.
Do you trust her?
Well, so far she's done.
I'm be real with you. It does sound like Delcy Rodriguez was the one that betrayed Maduro because once Maduro was gone, she was placed into power. And I think Delcy Rodriguez planned this out with the Supreme Court and with Maduro's generals because they seen, look, Maduro trying to go to war with the U.S. and we're going to lose. We're all going to die if we go to war with them. So they gave up Maduro. They let Trump and they let the Trump administration take him away. They put up a seemingly decent fight. And now all of a sudden, Delcy Rodriguez was coming out saying that, oh, no, we want Maduro back. We'll fight for our sovereignty. Then 2 weeks later, she's talking, oh, no, we're actually working well with the Trump administration. This is going to be prosperous times for Venezuela. Yeah, she's pretty much working with us. And it seems like she was the one that pretty much dropped the Maduro's location.
Great job. I mean, so far, she and all of the people.
And it may have been one of the reasons why their Chinese radar system didn't work.
People that are working with her. Remember in Iraq, they got rid of everybody. They had no generals. They had no people. They had nobody to run the government. Turned out to be a mess. And that's where ISIS came from. That's where ISIS came from. Came from the military and all the people. Oh. They formed ISIS.
Oh, and shout out Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. He said, I should take paramedics' place for today. I'm weak. Nah, don't worry. Monty gonna be here eventually. But I know you're just joking.
Was handled very badly, but this is handled very well.
Do you think the Cuban government will still be there? The current leadership will still be there by the end of your term?
Well, Cuba, now you're asking a different question. Cuba's in big trouble. Humanitarian aid is going to have to be sent there. They're in big trouble.
It's a disaster.
They got their money from Venezuela. They got their oil from Venezuela. They turned the oil into money, et cetera, and there's none of that happening anymore. They're in big trouble.
Yeah, we put them at our mercy. So first, we cut off the oil that they were getting from Venezuela, and they were already in a fuel crisis, guys. So they're already struggling with not having enough fuel. Then we cut off. Well, Mexico cut their export of oil to them as well. Why? Because we threatened to put a 25% tariff on Mexico. So they sat. At first, they were like, oh, no, we're going to stick with our Hispanic brothers in Cuba and resist Donald Trump. And then they bent the knee. Yeah, I know. And then they stopped sending their oil to Cuba while knowing these guys are going through a fuel crisis. So, yeah, we kind of choked Cuba off. And it's kind of tough. It is a bit tough for them because, like I said, they're going through a fuel crisis. It's making it only worse now. They're not getting fuel from Venezuela or Mexico, and it must be hard on the people. But we'll see what their government comes to.
Do you think that government is still there, though? Do you think that government lasts?
I don't want to say that, but we are talking to Cuba.
You're talking to Cuba.
You know what? Look, we have tens of thousands of people that were forced out there here. They voted for me, 94%.
Oh, and shout out to Tosh said, just kidding. Oh, it's all good, sis. And appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate all the support. Dude, we can get that support up. We can go ahead and open up them call-in lines because after the JD Vance one-on-one interview, I do want to get out to the reading out of these Epstein files. So, we're all caught up on the most egregious thing in them. And you know why people are tripping. As they should be. As we all should be. And anybody telling you, oh, just get over it and look past it and oh, it's all out. So just who cares? Don't listen to them no more.
Cuban population, previous Cuban population. Now they're Cuban Americans. Maybe they go back. Maybe they want to go back. They're going to have that choice. But for years, they've been talking about this happening. Now it's happening. We are talking to Cuba. We want to open it up to those people that want to visit. Even, I think most people, when they hear, they want to stay here. I hope that's true. I hope we're not going to lose them. But they're going to have options. And they're going to be able to go back, Tom, and see their loved ones, see their family, their friends.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protesters have said, you know, where are the Americans? You promised them we would have their back. Do we still have their back?
Well, we've had their back, and look, that country's a mess right now because of us. We went in,
we'd have had their back if they'd actually took over their institutions. That's what Trump was going for. He thought, and what we all thought over here in America, is that, oh, this was like an actual revolution that actually has a chance of, well, it was a revolution, but we thought that it had a chance to actually overthrow the government, to actually, you know, take over the institutions like military, take over the communications to the point we can come in, we can strike these guys and get them up out of there. And that's not how it worked out, actually. And this is what I always do say. Trust me, this is not me supporting the Ayatollah, but this does lead me, anybody reasonable, to believe that, all right, well, maybe these protesters weren't as, you know, expansive as we thought they were. And maybe there isn't that, I mean, maybe there's more support for the government than we thought, you know, the government that we all disagree with, by the way. But let's be honest, though, there might be more agreement with the government than we thought, seeing that we just cannot get these guys out of power. I mean, you know how much revolutions we hit this man with, and he's still in power. But hey, we'll see, guys. We'll see. But honestly, the whole, oh, let's bet on the protesters plan, it didn't work. And now we're pushing to go to war with them over, well, not their enriched uranium, because we wanted to give that up, but their missiles. We want Iran to give their missiles up, while their enemy, Israel, has nukes and missiles. So it is a bit wild what we're asking them. Now, you know, like I said, if we play fair is fair, we made Israel give up their nukes and missiles and make Iran do the same. I mean, I think they'd get down with that idea, but to allow, you know, one side to keep their weapons and let the other side be defenseless is absolutely insane.
Wiped out their nuclear. If I didn't take out, you know, we have peace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
If I didn't take out their nuclear, think of it. If we didn't take out that nuclear, we wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, because the Arab countries could have never done that. They were very, very afraid of Iran. They're not afraid of Iran anymore. We wiped out those beautiful B-2 bombers. One's right over there. Those beautiful little model. Those beautiful B-2 bombers went in and they hit their target, every single bomb, and obliterated it. And because of that, they were going to have a nuclear weapon within 1 month. Within 1 month, they were going to have a nuclear weapon. That was a big threat. That they're not going to have it anymore.
But if we obliterate it, what's the deal about? I mean, if there's no more, are they trying to restart the nuclear program?
Well, I heard that they are, and if they do, and I let them know, if they do, we're going to send them right back and do their job again.
So your understanding is they tried to restart it, and that's why you're threatening force?
They tried to go back to the site. They weren't even able to get near it. There was total obliteration. But they were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country. We found out about it. I said, you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you.
Yeah. Mr. President, the ballroom over here, I want you to show it to me, because the thing you said that stood out to me, it's going to be massive, but it's got a drone-proof ceiling and it's got bulletproof windows. What does that mean?
Bulletproof windows, because, well...
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
We're in a different time. You know, if somebody's up making a speech, we're going to have the inauguration there. We're going to probably have, I would say, definitely it's going to be large enough, but we have drone-proof ceilings.
What does that mean? What
that means if a drone hits the ceiling, it bounces off. It doesn't blow up a building.
It's a fortress.
It's protection.
Okay.
It's going to be a fortress.
Well, it's going to be very heavy steel.
Okay.
Very simple. It's heavy steel.
Because of that, do you...
And by the way, the ballroom is so beautiful. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind, and it's very much in keeping with the White House.
You survived that assassination attempt that we all covered. It was terrible, 2 of them. Do you worry about your safety? I mean, when you think about the ball, you do?
I worry about it, but you have to put it out of your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do your job.
You didn't think about it as much before. Now you think about it a lot.
Maybe it could be. I mean, you look statistically, I'm in a very dangerous job.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take a look at the walls, if you take a look, you know, statistically, this is a much more dangerous job than being a race car driver or riding those Broncos. You know, those bulls are tough, right? But I wouldn't want to do that. But statistically, being president is the most dangerous job there is.
We first met 10 years ago when you were running the first time. How do you feel now as you approach 80?
I feel great. I mean, physically and mentally, I feel like I did 50 years ago. It's crazy. Now, there'll be a time when I won't be able to give you that answer, but that time hasn't come. I do. I think it's very important. I've done more physicals. I take physicals just to give the report out.
Yeah.
I take cognitive physicals. So I do a cognitive mind test, okay? And a lot of people wouldn't be able to do very well. Not easy. You get to those last questions. I've aced. I've done 3 of them. No other president has agreed to do them. I do them because I have no problem with it because I'm 100%. Now, there will be a time.
Still taking the aspirin?
I do. I take aspirin. And I don't want to change, I don't want to.
So you go against your doctor's orders. You do what you kind of feel.
I've been taking aspirin for 30 years, and I don't want to change it. So, they say take the smaller one. I say, well, I want that blood to be nice and thin running through my heart.
If at any point your age impacts your job, who's going to tell you that, or do you think you'll know yourself?
I think I'll know myself. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I wouldn't do an interview with you, as an example.
Yeah.
Did Biden do an interview before Super Bowl? I'm not sure. Maybe he did.
Last one, he didn't.
I mean, he wasn't capable of doing an interview. And that was things. Look, I know people that are 95 years old that are sharp as a tack. Biden was a bad thing for old people. He's the worst thing that ever happened to old people because he obviously didn't have it. And one of the things that's so depressing about the press is the press refused to report the obvious. And he did have very smart people around him, but they had a radical left culture, and they were very bad for this country. This country would not have survived 2 more years if one of them got elected.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to speak about the DOJ. I appreciate all your time and of your staff's time. They've been very, very kind. Yeah. Should anybody else expect the DOJ to kind of come after them like you've come over after some of your political enemies?
You remember this time?
Yeah.
I was impeached twice, 2 fake impeachments, won both of them easily. Republicans stood by me 100%, but I won both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I was indicted 87 different times. And then you asked me that question. So I think I'm extremely moderate, especially for what they did to me. They wanted to take me down. I said to somebody, do me a favor, add up the counts. If I lost, I won. But if I lost these cases, add up the counts and tell me how long would I have to serve in prison? You know what they came up with? 287 years. I said, I better win.
In your mind, that calculation means it's okay for the DOJ to go after your political enemies?
No, it isn't. And I could be involved. I'm the chief law enforcement officer.
And see, this is what I don't like. Like I said, when they was going after Trump, it's all about law and order. Oh, he actually broke crimes. That's why he's being investigated. But then when these Democrats start getting, investigated, oh, this is retribution. This is all about revenge. It's like, no, guys, keep that same energy when it was Trump. Keep that same energy when it was Roger Stone. Keep that same energy when it was Steve Bannon. All right. They're being investigated because they might have broken the law. So there you go.
To serve the United States. I could be involved, but I'm not. I don't choose to. But when they say to me, oh, you're going after people, I got indicted all of those times. It's 287 years in jail they were willing to put. They asked me a question yesterday at the press conference about Clinton because of the testimony, the Epstein thing, which turned out that I have nothing to do, and they did, about Epstein. And they said, do you think it's terrible with the subpoenas and everything, and they're disobeying the subpoenas? And I actually said, it's a shame. You have an ex-president, and you have, the president's wife and Secretary of State. And I said, it's a shame. It is a shame.
NBC News broke the story today. I don't know if you saw it, that the Democrats are already saying, if you bring President Bill Clinton and he has to testify, we're bringing President Trump. What do you say to that?
I think they might say that, but they've already brought me. See, I've been brought. They had me indicted.
I mean, I wouldn't mind that. Fair is fair. Shoot, if, you're right. If the Clintons got to testify, shoot, make Trump testify as well. Why not? Why not? But here's the problem with the Clintons is that we called the Clintons in. They called the Clintons in before, and the Clintons just said, well, we're not coming. Then they were held in contempt of Congress, and for some reason, they still didn't come. Now they're finally working out some type of agreement to where they can sit down and finally testify or defend themselves on, their involvement with Epstein. I mean, about time, but it is kind of crazy how they were asked to come in. They did not come. And here's a wild part. Mainstream media did not cover it, not one bit. You didn't hear it on CNN, MS Now, none of it. They didn't say anything. So it was kind of hilarious because I'm just going if Trump was to do the exact same thing, these guys told him to come in and testify on the grounds of the Epstein files, and he did not come, you guys would, bro, lose your mind. If he did not arrive to that oversight hearing, y'all would have lost your mind. But for some reason, Clinton does it, and it's just, y'all probably didn't hear about it till today. And this happened a while ago. This was probably like, bro, months ago when they told Clinton to come in. Now he's finally deciding to come in? That's crazy.
Many, many times. Many, many times. They didn't do that to Clinton.
Do you think if the Democrats win in the midterms, at least one house of Congress, they're going to try to impeach you?
Well, you know, I've done a great job as president. They say I've had the best first year of any president in history, and I think I have. If you look, I settled 8 wars, biggest tax cuts ever. Right now, we have more under construction with the factories, the car plant. You know, they're all moving back into the country. They were stolen from us over a 40-year period. They're all coming back from Germany, from Canada, from Mexico, from Japan. I think I had the greatest first year that we've
But
had.
you think they may come after you again?
Well, they'll
I'll be real with you. The mistakes, well, I'm gonna be real with you. Ronald Reagan and guys like and Bill Clinton and guys like that, their mistake was believing in too much in free trade. That's what's their problem. Like the whole free trade idea, yeah, that did not help us out. And free trade only really works if you can't produce that in your own country. So the fact that we were, well, allowing other people to make our steel, make our wood, lumber, and all this good stuff while we have it here, that only hurt us. And then we, well, I would say our leaders of the past made it basically more affordable to work outside of the U.S. than inside the U.S. And that hurt us even more because all these companies just start going overseas because it was more enticing to get business done over there because they'd save more. And this was all in the guidelines of, oh, free trade. So it's like, I don't know. It seemed like free trade was the excuse that they gave y'all in y'all faces to sell out your own or to sell out the middle class and the lower class. Because that's exactly what it did. Free trade did not help America, not one bit. Because all we did was give work to people that will give work out that we could have done ourselves. Give the production of steel out to Japan and China when we could have did it ourselves. And look, we've now overtaken Japan in steel production. We've always had the potential to do so, but for some reason we haven't. On the guidelines of what? Free trade. So free trade was honestly a scam that was sold to our leaders, and it was sold to us as well. But I mean, hey, man, you live and you learn and you grow out of these dumb ideas.
find something like I did an interview with you, and because I did the interview, let's impeach him or something.
Anything out there that Americans are going to be surprised about that you're going? Yeah,
I'll tell you, they shouldn't do it. And that's one of the things. I didn't do it for that reason, but it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood me. You know, he was the one that said very famously that you don't want to run against Trump when there were 18 people. It was 18 people, including me, total. And he kept telling them, you don't want to run against Trump. Run against anyone. Don't run against Trump. And Hillary sort of laughed at him. He said, Hillary, you know it, and I know, don't run against Trump.
Yeah.
And they ran against Trump. It didn't work out too well, did it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, no, they try to run another woman against Trump as if they didn't realize, like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't keep running a woman against Trump. Like, maybe that's just not the sauce we want to go with because we keep losing. Like, we ran a man against him and we won, but then we ran a woman against him and we lost. Maybe we should stop running women. And no offense to women, I'm just saying, like, seems to be Trump is the kryptonite of female politicians. But all right, now let's get into our guy, JD Vance.
Hey, everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. We are in Washington, D.C. today, and we are officially in the old executive office building, which houses a bunch of different offices related to the presidency, including this office that we're in right now, which is the vice president's ceremonial office. It's very fancy, it's ornate, and it's lovely. And we are sitting down with the vice president himself today. We just wrapped the interview. It's fascinating. He's in rare form. He's funny. He's in depth. He's interesting. And we cover everything from Iran to affordability to immigration and what's real to Don Lemon. So I had to subject the poor man to that. it's sort of a coming home for the two of us in a way, in that it was 9 years ago that I went out to Ohio and interviewed back then just a regular old J.D. Vance, who didn't have the title senator, wasn't even running for Senate, never mind vice president. And he had just left a stint with Peter Thiel out in San Francisco, which was not for J.D., he told me at the time, Sam Fram. He and Usha were newly married. They were expecting their first baby, living in a small little apartment. And look at him now. What a change in his life in just those 9 years. We talk about that too. I think you're going to enjoy this exchange. Without further ado, Vice President J.D. Vance. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow me, because they believe to be in plenty of day. Wireless US only. Pure Talk uses this.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get right into it. Guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Let's help us reach that call-in goal. I believe we are at probably about 86 away. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get to it. And if you want to go ahead and support through the Venmo, that doubles the support towards the call-in. Let's get right back to it.
Here.
Of course, good to see you.
Thanks for having us here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is my ceremonial office, which I use mostly for interviews. But it's actually the most beautiful office in the complex, which is, it's sad that I never use it, but I'm glad I got to show it to you.
You're a long way from the holler.
I'm a long way from the holler. That's right.
How's it feeling? How are you enjoying it?
It feels good. I mean, look, it's the coolest job in Washington, because I always joke with the president that I get to be involved in everything, but he's the one who actually has to make the decisions. And so I get all of the benefit, but not nearly the same level of pressure as the president. So we're really enjoying it. The kids are doing well, family's doing well, and just the job. I mean, there are very few things you ever get to do in your professional life where you feel like you have such a big impact. And we're trying to use it as wisely and as well as we can.
It happened so quickly for you.
Yes, it did.
You know, it felt like overnight, and your life has changed so dramatically. I have a lot of substantive questions for you, but let me just start with, this is the thing I really wanted to know. What's the most absurd thing about Washington?
Oh, that's a very tough thing to answer.
So many to choose from.
I mean, the thing that's absurd, just from our personal perspective, is that whenever I go anywhere, I'm surrounded by a motorcade of 20, 30, 40 cars, right? And so just you get this amazing mixture of people, tourists from Kansas or Ohio who are so sweet and nice as you're driving through Washington, D.C., and then you get the really angry, kind of crazy radical who's running after your car, flipping you off. And just the performative politics of Washington and a lot of the people who live in Washington is very weird to me. I think it's a town of people where it's everything is kind of transactional, but people try to pretend that it's not. And I think that really warps things. And then just not from our perspective, not from the perspective of the administration or from us personally, but if you think about Washington, it's a place that almost nobody is from, right? So there's a historically middle-class Black population. It's small and it's getting smaller because most of them are sort of selling their houses now that they're inflated and moving out to the burbs, right? So what you have is most of the residents here are not actually from here. And I think it just has a psychologically warping effect. So you go to a Nationals game, and everybody's rooting for the Nationals, but they don't actually care if the Nationals win. Whereas if you go to a Reds game, every person there is going to sob at the end of the game if they don't win. So it's just it's like a placeless place. And I think that's the most bizarre part of Washington.
I can't picture you in it. I mean, obviously I can see you in it, but I can't picture it because there's so much insincerity. I mean, I lived here for 3 years and everyone takes themselves so seriously.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the egos.
That must be so hard to bond with.
Well, it's definitely true that you have people who are sort of super huge egos. So a friend of mine, he's actually a think tank intellectual. He told me once about the United States Senate when I was thinking about running for the Senate. He said, the thing you have to realize about the United States Senate is that it's 100 people who wake up every morning, look in the mirror, and think to themselves they're going to be the president of the United States. And that is absolutely true, right?
But enough about Ted Cruz. We have plenty of time for him later.
It is a place of very intense egos. But the problem is people take themselves too seriously, right? So nobody in Washington can really make fun of themselves. Nobody can tell a joke at their own expense. It is an odd place.
It's one of the reasons why I think they have a love-hate relationship with your boss.
Yes.
Because they can't stand him because they don't like his politics.
Correct.
But I think at some level, even the press corps is so relieved to have somebody who will crack a joke every once in a while.
Yes.
who will say, we have to cut this cabinet meeting short because it was boring the last time.
Which, thank God for that. No, I mean, the president, he is just, if Washington is an insincere place, I think you said that and said it well, he is like the polar opposite. He just says what's on his mind. Yeah. He doesn't care how anybody's going to react to it. What you see is what you get. And people always ask, well, what is he like in private? He is in private exactly like he is when he's in front of a camera. And I think that you're right. There are some members of the press who kind of like him for it, and some members of the press who don't. And then I think for most members of the press, it's a little bit of both, right? Like they admire the game, even if for some political reason they just can't admit that they actually like him, but most of them actually do.
They hate themselves for laughing.
Exactly. Yep. There was a moment in the Oval Office, I wasn't even in there, but I was in the West Wing, and somebody sent me where he was talking to Caitlin Collins, who's the CNN anchor. And I have like a decent relationship with Caitlin Collins, which is unusual given that she's from CNN. But the president, she's asking a question. The president says, why don't you ever smile?
Yeah.
And it's actually like so perceptive. Even if you're asking a tough question, even if you take your job very seriously, like why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles.
I mean, that is the weird thing. I know, well, Caitlin Collins smiles when she's doing her show. But yeah, the problem is there's always such an antagonistic approach. Even when Trump is right, they got to try to make a way where Trump is wrong. And it's just like, oh, God, are you serious? Think about it. Even with voter ID, they try to make a way Trump was wrong. Shout out to that Eaton guy who showed the graph pretty much proving that, no, most Americans want this. So as much as you want to sit here and try to say, oh, Trump evil for voter ID, well, the American people agree with Trump. But for some reason, MSNBC, or which is now MS Now, and CNN, they always take an antagonistic approach. For whatever reasons, I will never understand. Trump is not wrong all the time. Yes, Trump get things wrong. Yes, he says goofy things sometimes, but not all the time now. Come on now. You got to give the man some credit.
Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you can remember to smile, show the viewers that you have a heart.
Have some fun, right? Like life, you can't always take yourself too seriously. You're going to have a heart attack. And that's too much of the Washington press corps. And of course, they don't act like that when the other guys are in power. So there is a political bias angle to it. But I think that the press would have a much higher, the media is one of the least trusted institutions in the United States of America. More people would trust them. More people would like them if they actually express the range of emotions. I'm not saying you have to agree with everything that me or President Trump do, but nobody is angry all the time. Mm-hmm. And when you come across as angry all the time, it's just fake.
And also fake, confused, or befuddled about, for example, the lowest crime rate in 125 years.
Absolutely.
The New York Times. We may never know how it happened.
Yeah. Well, okay. So just on this, one, lowest crime rate in 120 years, a massive drop in murders. That is human beings who are fellow citizens, in some cases our family and friends, who are walking around America's cities who, but for the pro-law and order policies of the Trump administration, would literally not be with us. That's one of those things where when you measure it in human lives, you realize how powerful and important this is. There are many, many dozens of people in most of America's major cities who are walking around right now, who get to go home to their kids, who get to play with their dog because we have actually brought some common sense back to our crime policies. But just going back to the media. Okay. So I remember this question I got from a New York Times reporter. I was doing one of these long form interviews, and she asked me, she said, well, sometimes you give these speeches and you're like happy-go-lucky, and you play around with your kids and you're obviously very happy when you're doing that. But sometimes you're like really annoyed or really angry. Like what is the real JD? And I remember thinking to myself, what human being isn't sometimes pissed off at what's going on in the country, but also can laugh about it? What human being doesn't enjoy playing with their kids, but maybe gets annoyed when they're dealing with some bullshit at work? The idea that you have to be like one-dimensional is, I think, one of the reasons why the media is so broken. And it's one of the reasons why they can't tell the true stories that are out there. Mm-hmm. Have you asked about the crime? Okay.
It's here's the thing, they don't expect politicians to be human. And as soon as they act any type of human, they're being unprofessional for some crazy reason. I always did say, it's every time Trump shows a little bit of his or shows us a little bit of his personal side or gets personal with us, it's kind of wild how the left was, oh, it's unprofessional. Look how he's doing thing. Or he steps like, I don't know, he gets a bit, oh, well, now I know, but people like to say gangster, but sometimes he gets a bit disrespectful, overly disrespectful. And sometimes you got to understand, that's just bro being human. How much insults can you take on a daily basis? How much personal attacks can you take on a daily basis to where you finally just snap? And you're saying that, oh, that's just Hitler act behavior. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. That's just being human. And if you're going to get mad at Trump for being human, then, you're the real problem here.
Okay, why is the crime rate so low? There are a lot of reasons. One is that we've empowered local law enforcement. Another reason is because we've deported a lot of criminals in the United States that should have never been here in the first place because they were illegal aliens. So the media cannot even express an ounce of nuance. It's never, oh, well, maybe we disagree with this. Let's have a conversation about that. But like, let's tell the truth about the fact that there are Americans who are alive today because of Donald Trump's crime and immigration policies. They can't do that. It's always just shouting, angry all the time. You're Gestapo, you're the fascist. And it's just crazy. And it does the American people a real disservice. It's frankly why, you probably have, I don't know, 5 times as many viewers, 100 times as many viewers as the average CNN show, because people are fed up with the bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to.
And like I said, it's like everything Trump does is bad. Like, check out this super chat right here. And shout out to my man Alex, because he started off the show. But hey, I always do say you can send a disagreement to me and I'll read it out loud and we can go ahead and get into it. But he says we're paying 96% of the tariffs, retard. Google it. And I did Google it. And you know what I found out? That American businesses are paying majority of the tariffs, not the American consumer. And it's crazy how disingenuous they are. It's anything to attack Trump. Like, they won't even admit that low key, it's the rich that this is affecting more. And if you guys understand economics and you understand how certain industries have a saturated market, aka high competition, a high number of competition, they're less likely to raise their prices. And that's a lot of these markets now, guys. So you guys over here think that tariffs get pushed down straight to the consumer when it's actually being consumed by the importer, which would be the American business. Do you really have a problem with that? Because remember, you guys were the same people that wanted to raise their corporate tax, that wanted to raise their income tax. So I'm a bit confused now. Like, do y'all want to tax the rich or not? Because that's exactly what's happening here. And you guys are arguing about it and making up lies saying that it's being passed down to the consumer, but it's not. Even in the new study that they released, they admit that, it's American businesses that are taking the grunt of this. And these are the rich that you wanted to raise their corporate tax. So I'm a bit confused. Like, how are y'all not happy?
You're allowed to.
our
YouTube
right?
on a monthly basis beats all of CNN. Just our show.
100%. That doesn't surprise me at all.
And we know why.
Yes.
Let's talk about the illegal immigration.
Sure.
So this year we've had 2.2 million self-deportations and about 675,000 actual deportations under the Trump-Vance administration. That's about, let's call it 3 million. The self-deportations, we're assuming we're going to have more on the front end than the back end, because the people who are willing to take the deal are going to take it now and go. So unfortunately, it could be that number could go down. And people who really want...
We've had over 1 million self-deportations and 600,000, forced deportations. So it does seem like people are taking a nicer way. And people are wondering, like, why is ICE so harsh and all this? Well, because the nice way was already presented. The nice way was the self-deportation. You get on the app, you put in your information, you take some money, you get the F up out of here. But there are immigrants that decided not to do that. Yes, there are undocumented immigrants that, did not choose a nice way. And now we're going after them the hard way. So I can't really feel bad for them when you offered them a nice way out.
Those 10 to 12, could be as many as
really
20
hard.
million illegals who are here, most of whom came under Joe Biden. They want them all gone. But at this pace, it's not going to happen. So to those people who think this is going too slowly, what do you say?
Well, I say a few things. First of all, there are ways in which it will accelerate. You're right. There may be some front-end self-deportations that you can't replicate in years 2 and 3. There also may be some people who wanted to do it in year 1, but couldn't get in the line. Self-deporting 2.5 million people, that's a lot. just bureaucratically. So I think those numbers will continue. They may taper off a little bit. Number two, all of the immigration enforcement officers that we hired because Biden gutted immigration enforcement, most of them are in training right now. Most of them have not even hit the streets. So there are a lot of ways in which we are doing a slow ramp of immigration enforcement because we inherited a deportation operation that was so broken. And then the third thing that I'd say is the left has fought us so aggressively, but many of our victories are starting to bear fruit. I mean, like just yesterday or the day before, you had a...
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Left-wing judge who said that we could not end temporary protected status for illegal Haitian immigrants. Now, this is a program that was put in place illegally, I believe, in the Obama administration, and now a judge is saying that we can't end it. Well, we're going to appeal that. We're going to win. But some of this stuff has taken where judges have tried to stop us from deporting illegal aliens. That's had to work its way through the appeals process. Some of those cases, I believe, are at the Supreme Court right now. So it just takes time to do this in the proper way, to do it in the legal way. It's taken time, especially when the left is fighting us so aggressively, but it's going to keep on happening. I mean, the president has been very clear. We're not going to stop enforcing our immigration policies. We're going to keep doing it. But I think, frankly, we'll probably be in a better position to do it a year from now than we are today. And we're certainly in a much better position today than we were a year ago.
That's interesting because the legal landscape will have been cleared of some of these hurdles thanks to the Supreme Court.
And look, I mean, Megan, sometimes Stephen Miller is one of my closest friends in the administration. He and I go way back. Sometimes we'll exchange messages and it's like, can you believe this judge did this? It's going to delay this thing another 3 months or another 6 months. But then you realize, okay, 3 months, 6 months, but we keep on winning these cases, right? So yes, you have radical judges who are slowing things. They're not going to be able to stop things so long as we in the administration maintain our posture on it, and we're going to.
Do you find it shocking? Like the judge who issued that order
Yes.
saying you cannot end temporary protected status
Yes.
is the same judge who tried to stop Trump's ban on transgenders serving in the military. And both times she said it's animus.
Yes.
The administration either hates transgender people or now in this case, it hates Black people from Haiti. And both times, I mean, she was overruled on the first case. She's likely to be overruled on this case. But you're a lawyer.
Yeah, so since Trump revoked these temporary protective, what was it? Temporary protective service? I think that's what it was. But yeah, for the TPS program for these undocumented, not undocumented, but these asylum seekers, because if you're under the TPS program, you are considered an asylum seeker. Yes, he's revoked the status for a lot of these guys. And that means those Haitians, those like 15,000 Haitians that are in Springfield, Ohio, yeah, they're cooked. They're gone. They're going to be up out of here. I mean, shoot, the undocumented, well, now undocumented, I guess. Well, I'm sorry, but asylum seekers. We're not going to call them undocumented. They're asylum seekers. But yes, the TPS guys who now have their status revoked, Springfield, Ohio, they're going to be gone. Columbus, Ohio, gone. I mean, there's already, bro, I'm watching local news and they're already complaining about it. They're already setting up protests for it in Columbus, Ohio. I'm over here just like, guess what? Shout out because Ohio's already said that, don't worry, State Patrol will be working with local law enforcement to help out federal agents. I was like, that's how you're supposed to do it. That is how you're supposed to do it. And it's funny because Lord knows my mayor wasn't going to do effing not a thing about it. He was too busy defending undocumented immigrants. Yes, and I live in the liberal city of Columbus, Ohio, in a red state. So trust me, I feel y'all pain for those of you who live in the blue cities. Trust me, I know how it is. It's frustrating when everybody in every city around you seems to have common sense. Their mayors have common sense, but yours doesn't. But it is what it is.
You find it shocking how opinionated, how personal these judges make it?
Yes, I do. And there was the one judge who was like, the administration should read the Declaration of Independence. I guarantee you that our president and the Trump administration is aware of the Declaration of Independence and has actually read it. I don't think Biden could have cited the first 10 words of the Declaration of Independence. So there is this weird judicial animosity towards the administration, but we kind of knew we were going to do this. I mean, I remember during the transition, we talked through, okay, we know there are some far left judges who are going to do nationwide injunctions, which, by the way, I think are illegitimate, but set that to the side. And we know we're going to have to power through this stuff. We're only a year into a 4-year term, so we are making progress. But you make it, this animus point is really interesting because I think to the extent that there are still, I'm fundamentally optimistic about human nature, there are still some good faith people on the far left who hopefully would try to understand where we're coming from. Here's what I would say. So I got an email from a classmate of mine a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't respond to it, but I did read it. And it was basically like, it was a plea to sort of stop the chaos and to calm down the chaos. And I read it and I thought, okay, this is a good human being, even though I disagree with his politics. And of course, we don't want immigration enforcement to be chaotic. It's one of the reasons why we've encouraged state and local officials to work with us.
Mm-hmm.
But fundamentally, the question is,
and this is what happens when state and local officials don't work with federal agents. Minnesota, that's what happened. Now, and here's the thing: if apparently other mayors and governors in America got the common sense that Tim Walz and Jacob Fry don't, you don't understand that if you don't provide some type of crowd control, you don't work with federal agents, and you let these protesters obstruct them, that's going to lead to some of your own getting hurt. Like, it's common sense, but trust me, they'll sit there and pull emotional strings and make you think that it's all ICE's fault without actually understanding that, well, step one starts with them. Step one of this whole situation started with them not providing crowd control, them not using highway state patrol, state police, surrounding local police, bring them all in from local cities, bring them into Minneapolis and provide crowd control so your constituents are safe and they can practice their freedom of speech. Like, easy as that.
are we allowed to do what the American people elected us to do? Biden lets in, call it 20 million illegal aliens. If the courts tell us that we're not allowed to deport the people that the American people elected us to deport, that's fundamentally not about even immigration anymore. That's about democracy. Are the American people still sovereign if one administration can do something and the other administration can't do what the American people elected them to do in order to reverse it? And you think about even there's another layer to it, which is nobody elected Joe Biden to open the border. If you actually look at what Joe Biden said on immigration during the 2020 campaign, he sounded a lot more like a moderate, even conservative Republican. And then, of course, they got into power and they opened the border. So doesn't it cast into doubt the legitimacy of our system if one president running on reasonable immigration enforcement opens the border and then another president is not allowed to close it and deport all those people who came? I think that's fundamentally what's at stake here is, do judges control, does the far left control the American constitutional republic, or do the people? And I believe the people are sovereign, which is why we've pursued the policies that we have.
The example of Minneapolis has been troubling to both sides.
Yeah.
The left has used it to say ICE is out of control and the Trump administration is out of control. And the right is frustrated that by some accounts, we appear to have bent the knee there.
Yes.
In other words, Noam's out, Homan's in. Now we're only focusing on the criminals. He says we're focused on the non-criminal illegals.
Yep.
I realize they've all committed crimes by coming here illegally.
Yep.
But my point is, the far right definitely, or the right, I think, wants all illegals gone.
Course.
And actually,
And
the polls show that the majority of the American people still want that.
Yes.
They want all of the illegals gone, not just the ones who have committed additional crimes upon getting here.
Yep.
And I think a lot of us are wondering, what is the plan for getting them? Because it seems that the left has effectively exercised its veto by its terrible behavior in Minneapolis, such to, Homan is very focused on getting the illegals out.
I mean, they're willing to put their own constituents out there in the way and get themselves and let their constituents get hurt, let them get killed while they sit back in their mansion and just provide the radical rhetoric. Like, that's the most pathetic and cowardice part of this whole thing when it comes to Tim Walz and stuff, is that they have all the rhetoric. They'll sit there and say ISIS is the Gestapo and fascists, but they would not step out there in the front lines of the protest themselves. They won't go over there and talk to ICE and try to do the same thing that Alex Preddy did. And I know what Alex Preddy did was stupid, but I mean, like, hey, you're leading these people towards it, so I would hope that you would follow them up. And think about it, if he's not doing it, then he knows it's a pretty dumbass thing to do. So I don't even know why y'all are doing it.
All of the reforms he's announcing are with respect to getting the illegals who have committed additional crimes and notification of them before they leave the local jails, which would be great. That would be a compromise of sanctuary city policy there. Yep. We don't yet have an agreement on that in Minneapolis, which is the biggest area. Maybe we'll get it. But the point is simply, what about all the others?
Yeah. So I kind of like that our side is so insistent on this issue. I like the pressure. I like people saying, we recognize you've done a lot. now do more. I think that's kind of how this should work, is that fundamentally, the president and I and the entire administration, we work for the American people. And so I hear these complaints, I hear these criticisms. I guess I'd say a couple things. So first of all, again, you have an entire legal landscape, but also a deportation enforcement mechanism. All of these additional ICE officers that we brought in as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, that's getting online now. So
they're not going to Minneapolis.
Well, some of them will. Some of them
Homan just
will.
announced a drawdown of 700
So
troops out there.
Homan announced a partial drawdown, but because the local authorities are cooperating with him. And this is why it's important to segregate, what are we talking about, immigration enforcement or everything else? We're not drawing down immigration enforcement. We're drawing down some of the federal officers that were helping the guys doing immigration enforcement. And this is what I think, frankly, the far left and also some of our guys on the right didn't fully appreciate. When Homan says we're drawing 700 people down, those are the people who were protecting the ICE officers as they went out. And
those were, Custom Border Patrol. I know it's kind of funny when people say ICE killed Alex Preddy. No, that was Custom Border Patrol. People don't even know who actually killed Preddy still. But here's the problem with that is that the only reason they were brought in, the only reason why the Custom Border Patrol was brought in is because Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis, didn't want to bring in the local police. That's why. Because Governor Tim Walz didn't want to bring in the National Guard or force Jacob Fry to bring in the local police or other mayors to bring in their local police to help out. That's why they were there. So it's kind of like, bro, to be honest with you, this is going to sound effed up when I say it because I wish they didn't die. But the reason that they die is because of lack of leadership of Tim Walz and Jacob Fry. Or these two, or Renee Good and Alex Preddy would still be here today. And that's just the fact of the matter. But it's okay if you want to run away from that. It just is what it is. Oh, and shout out to my man Trump Bunny 24. He says them's drinking too much lemonade. I mean, bro, at a certain point, bro. I know, like, hey, if we're drinking Kool-Aid, they're drinking the lemonade. No sugar. Maybe that's why they're always bitter.
Did deportations and immigration enforcement. Most of the people that we have in Minneapolis, they're not doing immigration enforcement. That's true even after the 700 drawdown. Most of them are protecting the immigration officers from the mob that's forming around them. So as we get more and more cooperation from Minneapolis and from the state of Minnesota, and we are starting to get real cooperation from them in a way that we haven't, we don't want people there doing effectively police work so that they can protect our immigration officers. We want the immigration officers to go and do their work. And if they get into a problem, they can call local police. As that happens, I think you're going to see some of that law enforcement shifting to the local police, which is exactly what we wanted. And by the way, well before the Preddy shooting or the Renee Good shooting, that's what we were asking. Because if you look, even in very blue places like Memphis, Tennessee, or a number of other cities, you see the system working as it should. An immigration officer goes in, arrests an illegal alien, that person gets processed and deported. And if, God forbid, you have a mob forming, the ICE officers can call the local police and say, hey, these guys are threatening us, they're harassing us, they're maybe even assaulting us. The reason why Minneapolis was so chaotic is because we had to have all these extra officers doing the job the local police wouldn't do. If the local police are willing to step up a little bit, I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I don't want to get into this talk of surrender because I know that we haven't surrendered, but if they're in Minnesota doing the very thing that they said they refused to do, I don't think that's a surrender on the part of the Trump administration, especially as we continue on immigration enforcement.
What about the secret option of E-Verify, where we go after the employers and we find them if we find out that they're employing?
Oh, man, and shout out to my man Peasy, who sent in a bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support. He sent in about 150 jewels at a bronze medal. I appreciate that because for every 100 jewels is $1. Shout out to my man Stephanie. Well, not my man, but shout out to my sis Stephanie. Appreciate the support, sis. She sent in 100 for 2 jewels. And Trump Bunny also sent in 100 for 2 jewels. And shout out Ash. That guy also sent in 50 jewels, bronze medals for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. Truly.
Illegals.
Sorry, guys. I just see them. I only see them when I check into the YouTube chat. So sorry about that. They don't show up in StreamYard.
Yep.
It seems there's been a reluctance to do that even by the Trump administration because there are a lot of employers who, let's face it, like employing cheap labor through illegal immigrants.
Yes. So I supported E-Verify legislation when I was in the Senate. It's been an issue. I actually campaigned on it when I ran for the Senate. It's funny, I've never talked to the president about E-Verify specifically, but it would require an act of Congress. And that is something that, look, I would like to believe that Congress would support E-Verify legislation. I frankly don't know that we have the people that would make it happen. But look, if Congress wants to do it, then they should do it. And then, of course, that would give us some additional immigration enforcement tools. We would love that. But fundamentally, that is something that Congress has to fix. We've done a lot, by the way. We've made it harder for employers to hire illegal aliens. We've made it harder for illegal aliens and, frankly, some legal visa holders to get access.
Bro, harder, bro. Take the ass to jail, bro. Take the hiring manager. I don't care. Some of these guys need to go to jail. Just saying, making it harder for them. I mean, it can still be done. They're just making it harder. Like, JD, what the F? I want to hear that no. If they do it, they're going to jail. You should be using that same language Obama was using, but actually following up on it. Because Obama did deport a whole lot of illegals, but he wasn't holding these business owners accountable. And for some reason, they need to be held accountable. Because I'm telling you, put some of these guys in jail for hiring illegals, that's what's going to stop it. When they have some examples to go by, when they favor business executives sitting in jail for like 8+ years. That's what we need. Or whatever the minimum sentence is. But to me, it should be like 8 to 10 years. If you undermining the American people for foreigners, that's treason to me. So I think 8 to 10 years is nice, but hey, that's just how I feel about it.
Access to the benefits that should go to American citizens. So there's a lot that we can do administratively. Certain things like fully verify, you do need Congress.
You mentioned Congress. It's not looking so good for the Republicans to hold on to the House.
We'll see.
At least in the midterms. I mean, now some people are worried about the Senate, which would really be calamitous for the right.
Yep.
What will happen if the Democrats do win control of the House only? Will anything change? I mean, I realize you're going to have an investigation coming your way every 2 weeks, but we haven't had a lot of legislation pushed through the first year, just given the 60 vote threshold in the Senate. So realistically, what do you think would change?
Well, I think a couple things. One, Democrats will try to spend more money, particularly on their targeted populations. You'd see a lot of legislation saying we're going to shut down the government unless we give more health care benefits to illegal aliens, more federal-backed loans to illegal aliens. So that would definitely be a fight that we would have. And I think we would win some of those fights. But if the Democrats control the House.
Federal-backed loans means that, bro, I'm going to be real with you. Shout out to Monty because he showed me this, that in Washington, undocumented immigrants can get school funding, school funding for grants to go to schools, to go to college. I mean, they can get state funded schools. It's like pretty much how we have federal funded school funding. Yeah, they got state funded school funding pretty much. And it's wild, absolutely insane. And not every country does it, but I'll tell you one country, not every state does it, but I'll tell you one state that does, and that's Washington. I'm pretty sure there's other blue states that do it as well.
Else we probably wouldn't win all of them. The bigger thing that would happen is just impeachment. Like if you go back to 95, okay, so Republicans win, Bill Clinton does what's called the triangulation, and you have this great bipartisan compromise on welfare reform and on tax policy and on regulatory policy. Anybody hoping that Democrats win and you see a lot of bipartisan legislation, you need to stop taking the drugs because that's not going to happen. Democrats are not interested. They have said they're not interested in doing any big bipartisan legislation for the American people. What are they interested in? Impeachment. They are interested in getting Trump and getting the people in his administration. And that's what we would have. For 2 years, we would have a government. We would have a Department of Justice. We would have a White House where we'd still be able to get a lot done. But fundamentally, there's a lot that wouldn't happen because we'd be so focused.
No, it's going to be a lame duck. If Trump if the Republicans get demolished in the midterms, then it's going to be a lame duck presidency. Like Trump is barely going to be able to get anything through, and the Republicans are just going to have to be pleading with the Democrats. And the Democrats are just going to be loading up their arguments for impeachment on Hegseth, Kristi Noem, of course, Trump. I mean, they're just going to be going after whoever they want.
On sham impeachment trials, where the Democrats, by the way,
as the Dems call it, this isn't retribution, this is law and order.
They would know they weren't going anywhere, but that's all they have. If actually ask yourself, what is it that unifies the Democratic Party in 2026 America? You might say it's men and women's sports, And okay, nobody really cares about that, or if they do care about it, they hate it like we do. Okay, you can't run a national party on men and women's sports. Raising taxes on hard.
Oh, and shout out Trump Bunny 24 for sending in 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Working Americans. A lot of Democrats believe that. You can't run a campaign on that. The only thing that they have is they hate Donald Trump. That's what unifies their party. They hate the Trump administration. That's what unifies their party. And that's what their legislative agenda would look like if we gave them power.
Also hating Trump and hating abortion. I mean, loving abortion. Those two things.
Yeah, I mean,
they're really solid on that.
They like, again, I don't think this is true of most Democrats in our country, but most elected Democrats, it is a weird obsession with a culture of death, gender ideology, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's like all.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming for the $8 on Venmo to help open the live. And because it's $8, it actually translate out to $16 because anything sent on Venmo is doubled. So appreciate the support, my man Gaming. That's actually now we're up 60 bucks away from opening up the call in.
All of the things that divide Americans against each other, that make Americans hate one another, and that make Americans poor and less safe, that is the operating focus of elected Democrats. But they're smart enough to recognize they can't run on that. They can't run on any of their actual policies. So they're not going to try to enact this stuff. They're just going to try to attack the president.
We mentioned the press a minute ago. Someone who claims to be a member of it is Don Lemon, who's been arrested now.
The dumbest man in television.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Formerly.
saying something. He's under arrest.
Nah, low key, bro. Don Lemon, bro. Literally, probably like the dumbest guy in television at this point. Like, to be a journalist for that long and do something as stupid as walking into a church, disturbing a service on the grounds of the First Amendment is absolutely retarded. It was dumb. It was completely dumb. And then he dragged down another independent reporter with him.
That's because he stormed a church in the middle of a Sunday service, along with a lot of other rioters, and disrupted people trying to worship.
Oh, and shout out Marion. Oh, yeah, shout out Marion for the bronze medal, 50 jewels. Appreciate that.
He's trying to cloak himself in the First Amendment, saying this is an attack on freedom of the press. And you say what?
Well, I say first, Don, no one's objecting to you standing outside of a church and protesting. No one's objecting to you no one's saying you can't protest the Trump administration's immigration policies, or frankly, our policies on anything else. What you cannot do is go into somebody's house of worship and prevent them from exercising their First Amendment right to the free exercise of religion. That's what happened. By the way, there's a federal law on the books that says you're not allowed to interrupt churches. You're not allowed to prevent people from entering or leaving a church. And the Biden administration aggressively prosecuted people. Where was Don Lemon when people were getting aggressively prosecuted for sham violations of the FACE Act? We have a rock solid violation of the FACE Act, which is you were sticking a microphone in the face of a minister during the church service while the people you were with were preventing people from leaving. That's a violation of the law. That's not about the First Amendment. You care about criticizing our immigration.
It's like, and this is the thing. Like, according to the FACE Act, you're not allowed to intimidate or coerce people from, enforcing or invoking their freedom of speech. And that's exactly really freedom of religion at this point. And that's exactly what it was. He went in there intimidating them, coercing them, getting in their face. And this is the thing. This is why we see it as intimidation, because if this is not stopped now and liberals think that they can just walk inside churches and disturb services, this is going to intimidate people not to go to church because they don't feel like their place of worship is being protected. Their freedom of speech is being actually trampled upon by people who are doing this. And it's kind of crazy how they don't understand that. They don't understand that they're violating other people's freedom of speech while invoking their own. And that's what Monty said it beautifully. Your freedom of speech rights end where mine begin. So you can't go on the guidelines of freedom of speech just to violate mines.
Policies, then stand outside the church and protest. You don't get to violate other people's rights. And if you do, the Trump administration, we're going to try to do everything that we can to make sure you suffer legal consequences.
Mm-hmm. The administration is trying to decide right now what to do about Iran. And that's a tough one, too, because you actually have a split within the Republican Party, as you do on so many things, because Republicans love to disagree with each other, unlike the Democrats.
Yes, we do. And I love that. I love the diversity. I love the dynamism.
I think it's great, too. But just how aggressive should we be with Iran? There's a very large faction of the Republican Party that says What are we talking about Iran for? What do you mean? America first. Let's focus on our own problems, affordability, all these things.
Sure.
And they think President Trump spent too much time focused on overseas issues anyway. And they definitely don't want to get involved in Iran. And then there's a larger faction, another faction that is also large, that's more neocon-y, that says we missed an opportunity. We let those protesters down. You know, the window's closing. We should be more aggressive militarily. They are right.
That's what's killing me. It's like the shaming. Like, oh, we failed the Iranian protesters. Now the Ayatollah will never be out of power. Trump, you should just strike Iran right now to give to, you know, show that you're to show your solidarity with the Iranian people. Like, what? No, we're literally going to war for people that aren't our own. We're going to put our own soldiers in the line of fire for people that aren't our own. And look, man, I love the Iranian people as much as the next guy, but to put our own people out there when, I'm be real with you, they ain't did nothing to us. They ain't not fired not one missile towards us. They have not hit one military base. And the only thing we have on them is what? Like, we don't like the fact that they advanced their missiles. We don't like the way they treat their protesters. These are, I mean, it's going to sound fucked up, but I'm be real with you. Yes, the American citizens aren't trying to go to war over how they treat their citizens. We only care about how our government treat our citizens. And that's what you guys got to understand about the American First movement. Is not giving an F about what's going on over there and giving an F of what's going on over here solely. And yes, I know I cover geopolitics and all that. And I do actually care what happened to the Iranian people. But you guys got to understand, going into war, putting American lives on the line about it, that's where we're kind of crossing a line here. We could bring it to their attention. We could go ahead and have their voices heard. We can go ahead and give their arguments. But be real with you, as far as putting boots on the ground or airstriking them just to get the Ayatollah out of power, that might be that's a crossing the line, and it may not work out the way we wanted to. We may destabilize them even worse and make it worse on them. Because when have we ever made things better with regime change?
Now, where do you fall?
Well, so first of all, I hear the criticisms out there that the administration is too focused on foreign policy. I just have to defend the president. I don't think that's true. I think that certainly when you're the president of the United States, you do have to conduct foreign policy. We're the most powerful country in the world. But what I see him every day, he's laser focused on how do we make the American people more prosperous and more secure in their own country. That's what our immigration policy is about, which we've taken a raft of crap over. That's what our crime policy is about. That's, you know, even the foreign policy stuff, much of the president's foreign policy has been focused on reshoring industry, on using tariffs to force people to reinvest in the United States of America. So the global criticism, I just don't think people, look, the president is going to have to engage in foreign policy, but this president, I think, is much more focused on the home front than any president in my lifetime. And he's gotten a lot. I mean, look, $18 trillion in new investment. The country's finally starting to reindustrialize.
$18 trillion from other countries who are investing into the United
States of America. That has been the exact opposite. For our entire lives, Megan, it has been American money building factories overseas. Now it's other money coming in to build factories for American workers and the American people. That's big. By the way, we're not going to see the full benefits of that for years, maybe even a decade, but that's the sort of investment in the country that really pays long-term dividends. Now, Iran specifically, like, what should we do with Iran? Okay, a couple of things. First of all, it's the president's decision. He will ultimately decide how we handle this particular Iranian situation, just like he decided on Operation Midnight Hammer. What he has been very clear on, if you go back to 2015, 2016, 2021, 2025, the president has said consistently, we can't let these people have a nuclear weapon. Now, why? Why does that matter to America? Number one, the world's largest.
Now, here's the thing, though, and this is what I hope JD Vance get into as well. Now, Iran has already stated that they're ready to give up their nuclear enrichment. They're ready to give up their uranium. So what's the problem? Well, I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is now that we're moving the goalposts to their missiles, and Iran's not willing to give up their missile defense system, but they're willing to give up their enriched uranium because, well, now we're more scared of their missile defense system than their enrichment program. And I know what people want to say, well, their missiles can possibly carry nukes, but I'm like, well, if they're willing to give up their uranium, then what's wrong with them having missiles? And look, I get it. Look, if they give up their missiles too, I mean, the whole situation ends. They're left defenseless. But I mean, we get to sit here and take a victory, and the whole Iran problem is settled in our eyes. They still got their own problems being a defenseless nation. But, you know, in our eyes, I guess we'll feel good. And I'm not sure how you feel about that, but yeah, I guess it is what it is.
State sponsor of terrorism. Like you think it's bad when we have a domestic terror attack where a couple of people die, and you're right. What happens when the same people who are shooting up a mall or driving airplanes into buildings have a nuclear weapon? That is unacceptable. And it's not just them, because if the Iranians get a nuclear weapon, you know who gets a nuclear weapon like the next day? The Saudi Arabians, and then somebody else in the Gulf Arab state. And so you have nuclear proliferation on a global scale. The biggest threat to security in the world is a lot of people having nuclear weapons. So what the president has said is Iran's not going to get a nuclear weapon. We're going to work with China and Russia and any country, whether they're friend or whether we're a little more competitive.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. When we struck Iran, like, it kind of put the entire world on notice. And it kind of said that, look, bro, if you have a nuke, you could have whatever government you want. You could be an oligarchy. You can be a dictatorship. You can violate human rights in any way, shape, or form. And as long as you got a nuke, we won't mess with you. But if you don't, then we'll do everything in our power to hit you with regime change, get involved in politics, to destabilize your economy, which we can do even if you do have nukes. I mean, look what we're doing to North Korea and Russia. But that's all we can do, is hit you guys with sanctions. We can't really get too involved. And that's what the world is kind of seeing with us. And they can handle sanctions, but handing the physical involvement of America, that's a whole different story. And that does seem to be what nukes give, is that, oh, well, it gives you that guaranteeing that, well, America's never going to attack. And it kind of shows with North Korea, because we don't like the way North Korea's ran. We don't like the way Russia's ran. We don't like the way China's ran. And I mean, they do the most duplicitous things right in our faces, yet we don't attack them. Why? Because they got nukes.
To try to draw down the amount of nuclear weapons that exist in the world. I think that.
And no, JD Vance is right. And so is gaming. Nuclear proliferation is a huge issue, because he's right. If Iran's to get it, then Saudi Arabia's to get it. They might send it out to the Yemens. And then we got a nuclear armed Middle East. And now here's the thing. This means two things. We're dealing with a nuclear situation. We're dealing with a World War III situation that could pop off at any moment. Or we're dealing with the Middle East that we can no longer influence. Honestly, I think it would be both. It'd probably be both.
That's the most important thing you could do for peace and stability. And the question is, what do you do to enforce that red line? Okay, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That is the stated policy goal of the President of the United States. It's so funny. Sometimes you have people who are saying, well, the president's too belligerent. And then sometimes you have people who say, well, the president, he's talking about diplomacy and he's talking about negotiating with the Iranians. We shouldn't negotiate. We should just bomb them. What the president's going to do is he's going to keep his options open. He's going to talk to.
Hey, and shout out to my man Brendam 8572. He sent the power potion for 500 joules. Appreciate the support. And of course, shout out to my man Gaming, because once again, like I said, nuclear proliferation will be a huge issue, especially if everybody in the Middle East just start picking up nukes. Because now, for the guys in the Middle East, they might like that, because they're going like, oh, well, that means American can't influence anything in the Middle East no more. But then on the opposite side, it means that, well, now any problem can turn into a nuclear situation. I mean, amongst each other. And I mean, do we really want that? I don't know. It makes me feel a bit uneasy, but you know, you're able to have your personal opinions on that.
Everybody. He's going to try to accomplish what he can through non-military means. And if he feels like the military is the only option, then he's ultimately going to choose that option. I can't, I'm not, obviously, even if I knew what we were going to do, I would not tell you and your many millions of listeners.
Oh, and shout out my man, Eric Johnston. He sent the torch for 200. Appreciate the support, my man.
But I feel like people have to remember that this is not about, like, look, I grew up in the Iraq generation. I literally, I enlisted in the Marine Corps as an idealistic young kid right after 9/11. I went to Iraq in 2000, or I enlisted in 2003. I went to Iraq in 2005. I am very cognizant that the Middle East leads to quagmires. Trust me, so is the President of the United States. And we're hearing that. We know that's out there. But more importantly, we know the history. And the president he has no interest in repeating the history of Iraq. What he does want to make sure is that there's a totally separate issue, which is you don't let crazy people get nuclear weapons and then lead to a nuclear arms race all over the world.
But this, I mean, you tell me whether this is about nuclear weapons right now or not. But what we're seeing in Iran is these protests on the street, not as much anymore because they've been killing a lot of the protesters. But it's, should we go in there and help the protesters get rid of this regime, like get rid of the Ayatollah, which, let's face it, it's much different in Iran. The regime goes well beyond the Ayatollah. It's not like Venezuela where you take out Maduro.
I mean, bro, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's true supporters. Actually, there's the same thing with Maduro. It's actually the same thing with Maduro. The thing is, though, is that their supporters just were. We got their support. We got Maduro before we had to actually deal with his supporters, because there are militia groups in the streets of Venezuela right now, armed, asking for Maduro back. So no, that's actually is the problem. The problem is, though, we're dealing with a bigger population in a country that's more military more military capability than Venezuela. Not too much more, but enough to be worried about. And I mean, that's one of the main problems here. We just can't do Iran like we did Maduro, or we can't do the Ayatollah like we did Maduro, which we could, though. I mean, if we could, trust me, this would have been done like last week.
It's a lot more complex. Even if we got rid of the Ayatollah, there'd be.
Oh, and like I said, there's more. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. There is a lot of people who don't support the government in Iran, of course. But there's also a lot of people who do support the government of Iran, of course. Like I said, I be talking to these guys online, and they're hitting me with the, oh, well, I don't align with anybody that goes against the protectors of our country, and they see the Revolutionary Guards as the protectors. I talk to the anti guys, and oh, these guys are just the bootlickers of the government. It's funny that an Iranian use the term bootlicker. They picking up on our lingo. It's hilarious. But yeah, they're just the bootlickers of the government, and they're allowing these protesters to suffer just off disagreements. And you hear both sides out, and you know what it lets me know? That there's probably an equal amount of support for the government as dissent for the government. And we got to get down with that rationality, because if we sit here thinking that, oh, it's maybe like 90% of the Iranian people are against the government, we're over here backing with that idea, we're going to end up putting a lot of people in danger and end up getting more people killed going off that assumption, because that doesn't seem to be the reality at all on the ground. But I mean, we can sit here and think that we're being heroes for 90% of them, but we only might be being heroes for only 50, and the other 50 are going to be completely disgusted with us and trying to attack us. And then they will be the new terrorists, and then we'll just start bombing them recklessly. And they'll be innocent civilians, but we'll just mark them as terrorists. I mean, that's where it seems it's going. Hopefully it doesn't. Maybe I'm just overthinking it.
A whole bunch of others just like him, part of the regime. And so the last thing most Americans want to hear is what we heard in Venezuela, which is now we're running Iran.
Yeah. The president is very aware of all this stuff, Megan, but I'll tell you, protests, counter regime. I mean, look, in a perfect world, would I love it if a bunch of freedom-loving Iranians, who, by the way, are amazing, they're brave people. If you know anything about the Persian people, they're like an incredible group of human beings. If they took over their own country and had a government that was much more friendly to the United States of America, would that be a good thing? Absolutely, that would be a good thing. But fundamentally, what the president has always been focused on, even with this most recent round of protests, you saw, I think his most recent truth, or at least one of the more recent communications he made about Iran, it's nuclear weapons base. We are still focused on this question of ensuring they don't get a nuclear weapon. Yep. And here's the good thing, because of what happened last summer, I feel—
No, and that's fine. That is absolutely fine. I'm actually down with that mission of not allowing Iran to get a nuclear weapon. But the problem is, though, when we go from nuclear weapon to their missiles, it kind of seems like we're pushing to get into it with Iran. If it's about assuring that Iran does not proliferate or does not enrich their uranium up to 90%, I mean, we've already basically accomplished that. They're ready to give that up. But when we switch over to their missiles, I mean, this is something that, in my personal opinion, if I was an Iranian, I wouldn't agree to that. Now, as an American, I would love for them to agree to that, because it just gives us everything we want from them. But but let me use a bit of perspective here to look into their perspective on it. I would not take that deal, especially knowing that I have this enemy called Israel in the region who has nukes and missiles. And I'm just supposed to give up both of my ability not only to make nukes, but then just take away my ability to shoot missiles? What? But if I'm thinking it as an American, I'm like, oh yeah, go ahead, give it all up, bro. Don't worry. We might provide some type of relief. Or once we take it away, there's going to be a regime change and we're going to get what we want. But if we look at it from the Iranians' perspective, we see how unlikely this is.
100% confident that even if the Iranians were rushing towards a nuclear weapon, they couldn't get one during the Trump administration. But we're not worried about the next 3 years. We're about the next 30 years. Mm-hmm. We have to make sure that you don't look. What I really worry about, and I think this is, obviously I disagree a lot with Bill Clinton, but Bill Clinton fundamentally decided, you know what, we're just going to let North Korea have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to do anything to stop it. What happens if 30 years from now, the number of nuclear countries, it's less than 10, maybe about 10? What if it goes to 100? What if every military in the world has a nuclear weapon? What if a crazy person gets elected in some random outpost of the world that you and I couldn't even find on a map, and now all of a sudden a crazy guy has access to nuclear weapons? Nuclear proliferation, that is very much a bad thing and something an America First foreign policy should focus on. That is certainly where the president is most worried about.
When it comes to defending the homeland, the president's been looking northward to Greenland and to Canada, but he's been very focused on Greenland.
Yes.
And you tell me what we got that made him say, okay, now I'm happy, because he gave that speech at the UN, like, we need to have Greenland and we need to own it because no one would defend something on lease.
Yeah.
But then by the end of the UN summit, he came out saying, that we're satisfied, but we seem to only have gotten permission that we might have had already to build more military bases on a couple of their outposts.
No, we definitely have gotten much more.
Yeah, nah, Megan, you heard that wrong. Not only have we gotten permission to build more military bases, but we're also building the Golden Dome in Greenland, and we've also got exclusive mining rights to the rare earth minerals forever. Yes, forever.
Than we
What do we
initially
get?
had. So first of all, again, I think it's important to define the interest here. Greenland is very important to America's national security. Our entire missile defense system, by the way, would be inoperable if the Russians or the Chinese controlled Greenland. So God forbid, I don't think it's going to happen, to be clear, but God forbid some foreign country launches a missile, an ICBM at the United States of America, we couldn't defend ourselves if a foreign country controlled Greenland. And by the way, the Chinese and the Russians have both expressed an interest in controlling Greenland. Okay, so what is the defensive mechanism for Greenland? You have a population of about 60,000 people on a massive territory, right? That's like the size of my hometown, and I didn't grow up in a big town. And then on top of that, you have Denmark, which has been one of the better NATO allies, to be clear, but has still radically underinvested in security compared to the Russians and the Chinese. So the president has said very simply, we are on the hook for this island. Like it's one of those unwritten rules that everybody knows that if the Chinese or the Russians affected one of our critical missile defense systems, we would necessarily defend that, but we're not getting anything for it. This is an unfair situation. The United States has no ownership over this island, and we don't get any of the benefit. So let's actually rewrite the rules here a little bit and say if the United States is going to protect the entire world's missile defense system, primarily our own, but other people benefit from it, we should get some benefit from the bargain. Now, it's interesting because I actually was sitting in this room, one of the rare times I've used this ceremonial office for official business. Me and Marco and a lot of the leaders from Denmark and Greenland had a great conversation. And it's funny when you see—
Is this one where they ran for their cigarettes when they exited the building?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think they did. They were stressed.
I did not follow up. I did not see what they did afterwards. We had a good meeting. It's so funny to me because the Europeans, they're so friendly in private and they're willing to make a lot of accommodations. And then publicly, they attack us and they say, we're not going to work with the Americans. We're not going to do anything with the Americans. Yep. I'm sorry. It's all bogus. We all know, everybody knows that this situation is going to come to a resolution. I think it's going to be a resolution that's good for Europe. Most importantly, it'll be a resolution that's good for the United States of America. But the idea that they haven't made any accommodations or concessions to the United States, it's not true.
Are we at the beginning of a new world order where we move away from Europe?
Oh, and shout out to, she says, how much more till we get the call-in line open? We're at, well, now that we're adding yours in, $50. Yep, we're at exactly $50. We're halfway there.
And toward anything else? Maybe even potentially Russia, if we can get past what's happened here. I mean, there's a real question about that, given some of the speeches you've made to the European Union, some of the speeches that President Trump has made.
Yeah.
What's happening culturally in Europe? What's
Very
their
sad.
crackdowns on free speech? And they just look
sad.
less and less like we do.
Yeah.
And there's a real question about whether there's a massive shift happening now in terms of world alliances long term.
Well, there's definitely, I think, a new world order. I think the president has sought to it. There's a new world order in trade. There's a new world order in globalization and the way that we invest in our economy versus, foreign supply chains. There's a new world order and that the president is willing to shake up some old alliance structures. I mean, NATO, I think, is much different because of the president's leadership than it was 10 years ago. It was sort of coasting. It was effectively a protectorate of the United States of America. Obviously, you saw what happened in Venezuela. So yeah, the president is putting a stamp on world history, but fundamentally in an America First way. Like that is the orienting focus. And so when people say, well, you can't work with Putin on anything, because you disagree with the Ukraine invasion. Well, the president said very clearly Putin should not have invaded Ukraine. We're going to try to work and bring that to an end, but there might be some areas of cooperation too. His attitude is,
man, here's the thing. NATO should have never been trying to bring in Ukraine to NATO. I mean, that was Putin's red line. Putin made his warning. I mean, NATO tested Putin's gangster. And I mean, well, the man stepped. Look, we tried to bring him in. Zelensky said F Putin. NATO was saying F Putin. And Putin was like, okay, great. You're like, y'all thought I was playing. Y'all see how I took Crimea with Obama? Well, guess what? He went in there and he's taking about what? 10 to 20% of Ukraine right now and gaining. And for some reason, the Ukrainian people, well, or Zelensky really, Zelensky don't want to give up. The Ukrainian people, they're sick of this. They're ready. They're ready to give up, sadly. But Zelensky, he keeps on thinking that he can get a better deal, that he can now know, like work, like he can try to ward off these land concessions that they're going to have to make because they've lost so much land. So we'll see where this, we'll see where this lands for them. But sadly, right now, yeah, NATO trying to bring in Ukraine only made things worse for Ukraine, sadly. And it honestly gave Putin everything he wanted. And that's just a sad reality of it. I mean, here's the thing. NATO played into Putin's hands. That's the worst thing. We was trying to destroy their economy, which we were trying to do with Russia. We were trying to cripple their economy by stopping their war machine. And that would stop their war machine. But that didn't work. I mean, more sanctions, more tariffs on their partners to get them to stop buying Russian oil. And yet these guys are still moving along with the war, still striking Ukraine in Kiev and all this crazy stuff. So everything we've been doing to Russia has almost been for naught because they're still winning the war in Ukraine. And that's just the reality of it. And it's crazy because the Europeans are the ones who talk the Ukrainians into this, who are supporting Ukrainians still into this losing war.
you're our friend, you're our enemy. We're going to go to war with our enemies, and we're going to be, we're going to give our friends everything without asking questions. His attitude is we're about alliances. And you could have a country where we have a 90% aligned interest, but we're going to disagree on 10% of issues. Meanwhile, we may disagree with Russia on a lot, but we may agree on some things. And I do think that is a fundamental reorientation. The other thing that's much different, Megan, about the president's foreign policy and just the way that he does business, and it's, look, there's a lot that I've learned from him, but this is nearly at the top of the list of the things I admire about the president of the United States, is he will talk to anybody. Like, when he was thinking about who to make his vice president, he was talking to the gardener at Mar-a-Lago. He told me that. And I said, well, sir, what did the gardener at Mar-a-Lago said? This really matters to my life. But when people say you shouldn't talk to this person, right? You shouldn't talk to Kim Jong-un of North Korea because that gives him something for nothing. No, I'm going to have a conversation. We're going to actually conduct diplomacy.
No, and that's the worst part about it. It's just like the Dems, bro, I don't even know how they talk diplomacy when their little political strategy or diplomacy strategy was to slap Putin in the face and tell him what he gonna do. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but why are we trying to talk to Putin like he's just some small country in Africa? I'm sorry, but that's not how we talk to a superpower. And I don't like the man either, but he's a superpower with nukes. Why are we thinking we could just talk crazy to Putin and think we're going to get our way, or not talk to the man at all and think we're going to get our way with him? I mean, it was retarded, but that's exactly what the diplomacy strategy of the left when it came to Putin. Well, of the Biden administration when it came to Putin. It was dumb. Like, I'm sorry, but look, we don't like him either, but we got to talk to the man if we really want the war to stop. He's a superpower in this situation. Same thing with North Korea. They got nukes. We got to talk to him.
If we have to use the military, he's obviously not afraid to do it when he feels like he needs to. But the willingness to just communicate and break down barriers is very important. This is, by the way, Megan, one thing I would say about the Iranians that is just really weird to me, and I don't understand their system, and I frankly think that it makes diplomacy with them extraordinarily difficult, is the person who makes the decisions in Iran is the supreme leader, okay? The president, our sense is, doesn't have a lot of juice, doesn't really matter. The foreign minister seems to talk to the supreme leader, and that's mainly the person that we've communicated with. But it's a very weird country to conduct diplomacy with when you can't even talk to the person who's in charge of the country. Mm-hmm. That makes all of this much more complicated. True. And it makes the whole situation much more absurd. Like, he can pick up the phone and call Putin. He can pick up the phone and call Xi. Even countries that we have very hostile relations with, he can pick up the phone. North Korea. He met the guy at the 38th parallel.
No, I mean, can he call Khomeini, though? That would be something. If Trump could call Khomeini, I mean, sure, they probably could get to a better deal.
It is bizarre that we can't just talk to the actual leadership of a country. It makes diplomacy very, very difficult.
Why are we letting 600,000 Chinese students into our universities? It was 300 and change.
Yeah, why are we doing letting Chinese spies, students into our universities? Like, that is a bit crazy.
Laura Ingraham asked President Trump about this, and he said, we need to do business with China. It seemed like some sort of a deal had been cut where we gave them a bone of allowing double their students. Nobody wants this.
No, it's not. The president's view is we don't want to create an unnecessarily antagonistic relationship with China. Like, there are certainly some disagreements. There are some things where our interests collide, but we can protect our intellectual property in the president's view without creating an unnecessary conflict with the Chinese.
Every slap filled by one of these Chinese students is one lost by an American.
What the president is trying to do is, I think, create the situation where we can have good relations. Now, we're not radically, this has been misreported, I think, we're not like radically increasing the number of visas that we give to China. That's just not true. I've seen that reported. It's not true. What we are doing is trying to preserve a very delicate diplomatic balance. Like anything, there are risks and rewards and costs and benefits, but the president is trying to balance a very important relationship for the United States.
How about election integrity here at home? There's a bill
Let's
right
get the
now.
SAVE Act.
Right.
Let's get the SAVE Act. No,
but what's going to happen with that?
Well, we're working very hard right now to get the Senate to approve it, because if the Senate approves it, we think the House would approve it too. Now, that would require, I think, some Republican senators who maybe they're a little too attached to the filibuster, maybe they're a little too attached to Senate procedure. This is about the integrity of American democracy. Like, do the people control who they elect, or do some shady people? It's like, who actually controls the people who cast the ballots or the people who count the ballots? We want the sovereignty to be with the people who cast the ballots, and that's why we have to get the SAVE Act passed. And you'll hear people say all the time, and I love this argument. They'll say, well, if you look at this precinct, only 3 illegal aliens voted in this election. Number one, that's 3 illegal aliens too many. And number two, if it's not a big problem, then why not just allow us to check ID and exercise some basic precautions to prevent illegal aliens from voting? I never quite understand the person who says, on the one hand, this never happens, and on the other hand, your effort to prevent it from happening is a threat to American democracy, which is fundamentally the difference.
I know they make the most dumbest arguments as it's racism, or then they say something about, it's going to prevent wives from voting, and it's just like, no, it's not actually. But it's just like, come on now, guys, are you guys for real? Like, really, like, what's wrong with having voter ID? Honestly, it's like, it's common sense, and only the radical left is out here like arguing against it. Only them.
Democrats' argument. By the way, it's like an 85-15 issue.
Yeah.
Most Democrats want voter ID because they want to protect their own vote.
But the elected leaders don't want to vote for it.
The elected leaders don't, because they know that the more control they give to the people who are counting the ballots, as opposed to those who are casting the ballots, the more control they will have, because the
so what happened? Is this where the rubber meets the road, like on the filibuster, and whether we get rid of it, which John Thune doesn't want? A lot of
I hope that it is, Megan. That is what we're working very hard to make happen. Now, there is also some in-between solutions we're working on. Like, for example, can you allow the Democrats to preserve the filibuster, but actually force them to go and do a real filibuster? Like, not where
stand there,
a procedural paperwork filibuster, but stand there and talk. If you really want to prevent us from checking ID before votes, if you really want to ensure that illegal aliens have the right to vote, then stand on the Senate floor, Cory Booker style, for 30 hours and defend that to the American people. At the very least, then we'd have a real debate. We're working on it. I can't tell you how it's going to turn out because I can't predict 51 GOP senators, but we are making some progress.
Let's talk affordability for a minute here.
Yeah.
A lot of people still suffering. President Trump says, look, we've made a lot of progress.
I mean, bro, that's why they don't argue it. They use emotions. You can't sit there and have a logical debate with somebody who's asking for undocumented immigrants to stay in America, or, voter ID is racist, or like, you really can't have a logical debate with them. They're just going to use emotions, and that's it. And they're trying to make you feel bad for having that opinion or having that stance. It's like, that's it. All they can do is try to make you feel bad. When shaming is your only tool, trust me, you're on the losing side of the argument.
But, the average American sitting at home doesn't feel it, because the polls show that the numbers are not good for the administration on the economy. And that just reflects what people are feeling.
Of course.
So what can actually happen, let's say, between now and November, speaking of the midterms, so that people actually feel better about what's happening in their wallet?
Yeah. So if I will say, if you look at the numbers on affordability, they're starting to move in our direction a little bit, but there's clear movement from where there was, say, 4 or 5 months ago. I think that's a good thing. But here's the way that I think about it, Megan, is if you go just dollars and cents, the average American household lost about $3,000 of net wages during the Biden administration. That's through inflation, that's through higher taxes. The average American household, now this is about a month old, but had gained about $1,200 during the Trump administration. So there's the good news, there's the bad news. The good news there is that compared to last year, you were $1,200 richer than you were. The bad news is that compared to 4 or 5 years ago, you're about $2,800, or I guess $1,800 poorer.
Yep, and that's the thing. I mean, we're still fighting out of a $3,000 deficit we lost in buying power. Like we gained, like about good $1,200-1,500 back, but we're still in the hole. I mean, the good news is that, well, you got a bit more buying power than last year, but sadly, you still have less buying power than you did 4 years ago. Just the sad reality of it.
Okay, so we recognize there's still a lot of work to do. I don't think that there's anything to do, Megan, other than to do the work. We continue to have a lot of capital coming into the country. That means higher wages, more jobs for the American people. We continue to see grocery prices, I think, starting to come down a little bit. There are a couple of categories, we really worry about, beef in particular, that we're working very hard to bring down, not for the midterms, but just because we want the American people to buy some ground beef and to buy some steak if they so choose. There are things like cars and houses where we're seeing some real progress. Rents have now declined 5 months in a row. That's a big thing that's happening. So it's one of these things where I don't think you're going to be able to trick the American people. They know they got $3,000 poorer during the Biden administration. I think they're going to judge us by how much we've made them wealthier. And I think that come November, the verdict there is going to be positive. But we just have to keep working at it.
The number one question that my audience wanted me to ask you.
Oh, God.
I know. I was actually surprised by it. Was they think the Republicans suck at messaging.
Okay.
Bro.
They want to know.
Nah, facts, though. They do suck at messaging. I mean, you guys should be beating them on affordability argument. Like, it shouldn't be guys like me that come out here and make the argument for you, or Mark Levin coming out here making the argument. Is that, I mean, all you got to do is compare the affordability from red states, to blue cities, to red cities, and this show to people that, you guys are living in the most unaffordable places ran by these Democrats that are your local governing, your local politicians. And maybe you need to start voting red to get more affordable, to get those affordability policies you want. Because obviously when you vote blue, you're voting for unaffordability. Like, apparently that just shows across the board.
What the administration is going to do to get their arguments out more strongly on immigration and on the progress that they've made. I think there's a frustration actually amongst the GOP base that there have been a lot of wins, but people don't know it. And that there actually is a sound immigration policy, but they let the left run with this narrative, and the media is only too happy to spread lies about the 5-year-old boy who was wrongfully deported and all that, right?
Sure.
Is there a plan?
There is. I mean, one is the president and I are just going to get on the road a lot more in the next 8-9 months. And, part of this is you've got to look, CBS, NBC, ABC, there's always going to
the reason why, because the left has the advantage. They create the headline and they go off that. We actually got to do research into the matter and then counteract their arguments. But that's the problem, though. Counter arguments. But that's the problem, is that they come out with the story of the 5-year-old little boy, and he's been detained by ICE, and this is inhumane. And we hear it too. We're like, whoa, up front, that sounds bad. But we understand that, most of them read the headlines and keep it pushing. Most of you guys, sadly. Now, what we got to do over here is read the details, and we see that, so he was pulled over because his dad is, supposedly an undocumented immigrant. When they took the kid, they tried to give it back to the mom. The mom didn't want to take it because she was afraid that she'd be apprehended by ICE. So they put the kid in Child Protective Services, not detain him. But okay, I mean, you can go ahead and believe what the Dems tell you, or be a headline reader. And that's what a lot of people are. They're headline readers. They don't read the article. They read the headlines and they take it as truth.
To be an editorial slant to those networks, but they're also declining in power. So I do things like this. I talk to you. I talk to your viewers through this conversation. But most importantly, we get out on the road constantly, because most people still consume their news through their local affiliate, right? If their local CBS guy is saying, oh, the vice president came to town, the president came to town, this is what they're talking about. That's how you get the message out there. It's non-traditional media. I think we were very good about this in the campaign in 2024. It's something we want to get back to in 2026, is actually taking the message to people. Going on a lot of podcasts and a lot of the non-traditional media, which frankly, I think has more narrative power than the traditional media does. That's part of what we just have to do. I think the first year we're so focused on governing. Now we've got to go out there and talk a little bit more about what we've achieved. I do think there's a lot to hang our hat on, to be proud of, that the American people should be proud of. But you're right, we got to get out there and talk about it more.
Somebody who's not shy about talking at all is Gavin Newsom. He's been everywhere. Vogue really loves him. I don't know if you saw the Vogue piece on him, but they're real. Oh, they like.
I don't make
Gavin.
it a habit to read Vogue or to read about Gavin Newsom.
Let me. I kid you not. This is the lead line of their piece. Let's get this out of the way. He's embarrassingly handsome. His hair seasoned with silver, at ease with his own eminence as he delivers his final State of the State address. It must drive Trump nuts. Newsom, lithe, ardent, energetic, a glimmer of optimism in his eye, Kennedy-esque. Do you expect Vogue to give you this same treatment when you sit down with them?
Just completely unbiased reporting. That is like something out of Pravda.
Yes.
Hey, man.
That's what Pravda would have written about Stalin.
This is what you're up against.
Yeah, but I mean, how many people read Vogue?
Nobody. But I really, it was just a segue into 2028. And
my favorite topic.
Whether you think there could be a square off with the
No, they're really trying to sell us Gavin Newsom.
Kennedy-esque Gavin Newsom and possibly yourself.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I look, I'll give you the answer I've given to other people, Megan, which is it's so far in the future.
And shout out to Toast. She says, how much again? We're at 48. We're at 48.
I don't want the answer you're giving to other people.
Yeah, but it's the truth. And all I can tell you is the truth is, look, I think that if we take care of business, the politics in 2028 will figure itself out. And if we don't take care of business, there's no amount of salesmanship that is going to change that. You just got to actually do a good job at the job that we have right now. And I think the American people, hopefully in 2, 3, 4 years, say, you know what, we want another term of the governance of this agenda. We don't want to go back to the crazy woke Democrats. We want to double down on.
I'm sorry, but if you Dems really try to run Gavin Newsom, I mean, bro, the man's story, he cooks himself. Like, are you serious? If he dares try to run on affordability, we're going to point out that, well, California is the most unaffordable state, or how California has been bad for business. I mean, ever since he came into office. We can also point out the fact that he slept with his best friend's wife. I mean, we could also attack the character as well, not just his leadership qualities.
Reinvesting in America, on rebuilding the American middle class. I think that's ultimately what they're going to decide. I can't predict the future, but it's why I'm focused on the job that I have now. The other thing, Megan, is I made this observation, and I think that it would be so warping and because of that, very bad for the American people if I woke up every day and thought to myself, how do I maximize my chances in 2028? Mm-hmm. Because sometimes the answer to that question, in fact, probably most of the time, is going to be a little bit different than how do I maximize the chances of giving the American people a win, right? I got to focus on this job or I'm going to hurt a lot of people who really depend on me.
Mm-hmm. What can I just ask you about the personal considerations that go into it? You're expecting a fourth baby.
Yes.
You have a young, vibrant, very smart and successful wife.
Yeah.
Who had a big career before you guys got here.
Sure.
So what will factor into whether you actually do run?
Oh, I mean, a huge factor. Look, if we ever have that conversation seriously, it's, do the kids actually want to do it? Do they like this? Right? I mean, so far they're very happy. They've actually thrived in it. And I think our 8-year-old struggles more with it than our 2 younger kids because, they're both, you've met them, but the 2 younger kids are extroverts. Right? Usha says the 2 younger kids are like me and the other kid is like her. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't like the attention. He doesn't like the cameras. He doesn't like that people are always offering to do special things for him. Even when the special thing is nice, he just kind of wants to blend in a little bit. So I think the question is going to be, can the family support it happily? Can we keep our family healthy? And if the answer is yes, then obviously that's a notch in favor of doing it. If the answer is no, I'd say that's pretty dispositive towards not doing it. But again, we'll have that conversation in a few years when we've actually done a good job here and can have that conversation with, I think, a little bit more of, first of all, it's there staring you in the face. It's not 3 years in the future, it's now. but also just where we have a little bit more sense of what is good for the kids. I mean, my first obligation, as much as I love the American people, it's to my wife and my kids.
Yeah.
And we got to keep them happy. And so far, so good.
I'm going to wrap it up because I know you got to go.
Yeah,
But
go ahead.
how are you going to prepare for this fourth baby?
I mean, at this point, we're getting so many kids.
I mean, shoot, congratulations to Vivek and my man JD Vance. They're both. Oh, Vivek actually just had his kid. Vivek just had his kid. So congratulations to Vivek and JD Vance expecting. Shout out to them. I mean, so is Caroline Levitt. Shout out. You know, it's crazy. People actually don't like, one of the reasons why people don't like JD Vance is because he's married to an Indian woman who was a Hindu. Like, it's kind of wild, though. It is kind of wild. And I heard that it's led to, now this is just rumors, but I've heard it's kind of led to rifts in the relationship because JD Vance wanted her to become Christian, but she's very dedicated to her Hindu faith. And I do think people should back up off that a little bit. I'm like, come on now, guys. Freedom of religion, right? Right.
They just kind of take care of themselves. So I guess we'll train the others to change diapers and do a bottle. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be chaotic. The thing is, Ush and I had this conversation. There are certainly sacrifices that come along with this life, but there are also a lot of good things. Like we live in this beautiful, very protected mansion that the American people have gifted us. So thank you. You're a taxpayer. Thank you for that. You know, we also, most of our meals are prepared for us. So we don't have to worry as much about cooking. We did when baby number 3 came along. So there are a lot of things that in some ways make having a baby easier. You don't have to worry about TSA lines when you're the vice president. Air Force 2 makes transportation pretty easy.
Yeah.
So there are all these weird little ways where I actually think it'll be a little bit easier. It'll obviously be harder in some ways, but my attitude towards kids, I remember after we had Ewan, our oldest, I was like, what the hell have we gotten ourselves into? No more kids. And then we had a second, then we had a third. And now both of us are just like, what's one more?
Whatever. I'll share with the audience. I don't think you'll mind that we were with you guys personally at this one point, and your kids were outside, and you just sort of called from afar, please don't create any ruination and despair. I loved it. It actually made me think, Mr. Vice President, what do you think Mama would think of all this?
Oh, man, I don't know. I think she would. I asked myself that question a lot. I think she'd be amazed by it. And, you know, she was fundamentally just such a patriotic person. I think she'd be in this room right now looking up at the molding and the beautiful imagery and just saying what a blessing it is to be here. But I think the thing that she would just most like about our life is the kids. Mama always just loved kids. She loved grandbabies. And she loved the weird little things that they would say. She loved how, you know, they were at one minute super caring and affectionate, at the other minute completely rebellious. And I think that's what, you know, as much as she'd be impressed by the pomp and the circumstance of the professional role, if Mama were alive right now, she'd probably be living with us and she'd be much more worried about the kids than anything I was doing at the White House.
I feel like she could really, you know how Marco Rubio's got every role in the administration? Yeah. I feel like she could have done him. She could have taken any one of those off of his hands. Right. We would have been in very good hands.
Oh, that's right. No, I mean, that's another thing that will make the new baby much easiher is Marco has agreed to be nanny.
Excellent.
To our 4th kid. So
I'm done.
What's another job?
He can do it. All right, we got to go. I forgot to ask you quickly, if you'll allow me.
Please.
Savannah Guthrie is in the midst of a national crisis right now.
This sounds very sad.
It looks awful.
It looks awful.
Just wanted to give you the chance to comment on it because the White House sent out a tweet yesterday asking people to call in if they have any information. But
that's
I was
weird.
obviously thinking about her and praying for her, and I believe it's her mother-in-law. Is that right?
It's her mom.
It's her mom.
Her
okay,
mom
so
is missing.
praying for her mom, and the whole situation just seems, you know, very scary. So what we've done at the White House is basically offered every resource that we can to try to help. And, you know, what can you do but help where we can and pray that it all turns out right. But certainly I hope she knows we're all thinking about her at the White House, because sort of one of the worst situations you can imagine personally. So,
but all right, man, let's get over to our guy here because this interview is about to end out. But no, I'll let it end out.
Just keep tabs of it, keep on helping out where we can, and hope that it goes okay.
We're praying for her. We're praying for you
Thank
every
you.
day.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for.
And all right, now shout out to our man JD Vance, but let's get over here to our guy at the Owen Report because he's about to read out some of these Epstein files for us, and it's pretty crazy what we're about to find out. So sit back, relax, and let's hear this stuff out.
The real evidence. We're not talking about a movie. We're talking about the actual government files. Now, all of a sudden, MAGA's not interested. MAGA doesn't want to talk about it. It's boring and everything else. So how about just a little spice? Just a little spice before we start this off. All right. So understand, we are going now into the files. I'm going to do my best here. Some of this is going to be small for your viewing here. It's going to be small. So I'm going to read as much of this as I possibly can. We will do the best documentary style presentation here. I'll tell you who's sending the emails, who's receiving the emails, and if it's redacted, we'll mention it's redacted. There is still a large listening audience to this show. So I'm just going to do my best for straight up documenting purposes here with about 50 or 60 files that I have on my desk. I think that these are the most disturbing or interesting. There's still obviously a lot more out there that I'm not covering. It's just a matter of, do I want to spend 10 hours reading this stuff, or do we want to condense it into the normal show? So without further ado, let's go ahead and just dive in. And there's no real rhyme or reason to this, guys. I've pretty much just compiled some of the most interesting stuff to me, some of the most disturbing stuff to me, and put it on my desk here for the show today. Okay? So that's what we are doing. And let's just get right into it, guys. So here we go. This is an email from Jeffrey E. I believe the understanding here is that this email, jeevacation@gmail.com, is obviously Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're assuming. I don't think I need to bother reading the dates of all of this stuff. They could be significant when it comes to other news headlines and developments, but I'm not compiling it like that. So we're really just going to look on who's sending it, who's receiving it, the subject, and then the materials of each email. So this is for documenting purposes here. So from Jeffrey E. to Richard Kahn, subject blank. The question I have is, imagine he releases fake emails that purport to show really bad stuff, but that his team crafted and they get out in the media. What a trick could be played. Well, of course, nobody's claiming that these emails are fake. These are officially from the Justice Department's website. But what it appears they're talking about here, as you'll see they get on, is the WikiLeaks emails that came out before the 2016 election, which led us to Pizzagate. And so the dates would line up with that. Assange next WikiLeaks batch will lead to Hillary Clinton's arrest. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange said Sunday that the next batch of hacked emails he plans to release will lead to the arrest of Democrat presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. 2 days ago, the FBI reopened the investigation into her private server as Secretary of State, knocking her campaign sideways after releasing 21 email batches this month. Assange has more than 50,000 to go, with enough evidence to see Hillary Clinton arrested. Now, you may recall Trump said if he was president, she'd be in jail. She's not. Hillary and Bill are both being held in contempt of Congress today, and the Oversight Committee is again threatening them with a strongly worded letter. But nonetheless, this is referring to the WikiLeaks emails, the Podesta emails, the DCCC emails that began Pizzagate with all the coded language, the spirit cookings, the kids in the hot tub for the entertainment, the $65,000 hot dogs for Barack Obama, and so on and so forth. So we do see a lot of similarities in this Epstein drop as we saw from the original Hillary Clinton emails in 2016. A lot of that. So you will see a lot of similar language here. This is from Roy Hodges to Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted to let you know that the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thank you for letting us do this, Roy and Stephanie Hodges. Now, there's a lot of people that you're going to hear a lot of pizza. You're going to hear a lot of pizza talk today. And this is maybe like 10% of the pizza talk that's in these new Epstein files. I see a lot of people trying to cast this off and say, oh, they're just talking about pizza. Please, you can't be that naive.
Like, bro.
You cannot be that naive. And so if you're trying to say that this is normal and that you think they're actually just talking about pizza, you're either a dishonest person or you're intentionally blinding yourself from the truth because the truth is just so nasty and you're not ready to handle it. How many emails do you think you're sending back and forth with friends talking about how much you love pizza and the different context in which they use pizza, much of it not even making any sense? If you go through your emails and you look for pizza, it's probably just going to be maybe a receipt from a pizza that you ordered online. So let's not play this game. Oh, they're just talking about pizza. Please. Everybody knows the FBI, the CIA, these investigative bureaucracies, they all know that this is code language. So let's not play that game. And I see a lot of people trying to play that game. We're not going to play that game. So there's one for pizza. Here's another one. From Redacted to Jeffrey E. Subject, the pizza monster. You mean a radiating soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement? That's the pizza. That's the pizza we're talking about.
Does it ever have a radiating glow?
A radiating soft glow. The look of bliss and excitement. That's the pizza. The pizza monster. This is from G-Max. We can only assume this is Ghislaine Maxwell. They've redacted the email. G-Max, there's a lot of G-Max emails here, too. This is what we're assuming is another Jeffrey Epstein email. To give a little context, let's look at the first email here. I watched them all. Please don't send any more. This is to blank from Jeffrey Epstein. So Jeffrey Epstein sending subject, you have received a flip video to redacted. And then somebody has this video. But obviously this is just a screenshot of a document here.
Yeah.
Video length, video 44.
And if you don't know, there was videos released of Jeffrey Epstein chasing like 2 little girls around in the kitchen. Now, of course, when they released the videos, you know, they had the girls' faces redacted, but Jeffrey Epstein was chasing 2 little girls around in the kitchen, and we perceived them to be victims.
Length 1:06. Well, whatever's in this video, one of the replies here is, sorry, I have no stomach for any, even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it or any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows. So what type of video are you sending here?
Yeah.
That has somebody so fragile they can't even watch it. They're still scared from the last one.
Bro.
What type of video could we be talking about? All right. Here's an email to J.E. Vacation from Peggy Seagal. Title, Kenya. Let's go to the most significant part here. Coming to PB to see you in January, taking photos. We'll have a ball and think of you all the time. Can bring a little baby back for you or 2.
Wait, what?
Boys or girls. So Madonna. We'll email when we get to Amsterdam. What do you make of that? Can bring a little baby back for you or 2. Seems to insinuate something pretty dark there, doesn't it? This is a letter, Jeffrey Epstein, President, Southern Trust Company, letter of agreement. Dear Jeffrey, you, on behalf of the Southern Trust Company, Inc., a Virgin Islands corporation, have been collaborating with Ariane de Rothschild on behalf of Edmund de Rothschild Holding, S.A., collectively the Rothschild Group, regarding risk analysis, Rothschild Group, and the application and use of certain algorithms with respect to the same. The work, STC shall provide the work as further
And a message from Peggy Segal. I believe this is who we're talking about. An American publicist. I mean, she's even here, 2018 publicist Peggy Segal to Jeffrey Epstein, referencing Timothy. Yeah, so it does look like she does have a bit of a history here. And remember, Peggy Segal was the one that, that was talking about I got some babies here. Which one? 1, 2? Ugh. But yeah, it's an American entertainment publicist who advertises new film releases to an audience of media providers and critics. She owns the Peggy Segal Company based in Manhattan. I mean, yeah, that's somewhere where Jeffrey Epstein will frequently visit. I think he has a house out there. Actually, I'm pretty sure he has a place out there. So yeah, this is the Peggy Segal they're talking about. All right there. And don't worry, guys, I'm looking up names as well.
Specified agreement between Jeffrey Epstein and Ariane de Rothschild. From time to time, while this agreement remains in effect, fees and expenses in consideration for the work the Rothschild Group shall pay the following to STC, and it says $25 million. Payment shall be made to the Rothschild Group STC by not later than 3 days after EDRH makes payments to the U.S. So this is one of many indicators that Epstein was very close business partners with the Rothschild family. Now, there's also a lot of themes dealing with goy, and this is a word that many of you probably hadn't even heard of till recently. We'll document this now. We'll come back to this subject, but you're going to hear this trend a couple of times here as we're documenting these files. From Jeffrey Epstein to Roger Schenck, this is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune in the past 10 years. Selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world.
Wow.
From shipping news, the most dramatic growth has been in shipping futures, which allow shipping companies to lay off risks. The most popular futures are forward and freight agreements to deliver goods to a particular route at some point in the future. So it just goes on. They're talking about trade routes. They're talking about trade. But obviously, the most interesting thing here is at the beginning, from Jeffrey Epstein to Roger Schenck, this is the way the Jew make money and have made a fortune in the past 10 years, selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world. Now, this, you have to wonder how this ties into everything that Trump is doing as far as trade routes and trade is concerned, and why he's trying to secure trade routes in the Middle East, why he's trying to secure trade routes with Greenland. I don't think that this is insignificant email when we are considering those current developments. So this is a FBI file. You can see the case ID, everything else. Epstein, Jeffrey, child sex trafficking. This is from 2019. Still a lot of redactions here, so we work our way through them. Called the FBI redacted, called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to identify herself as a victim.
All right, before we get into that, I do want to get into this Roger Shanks guy. So Roger Shanks, he died actually 1946 to 2023, was a prominent American artificial intelligence theorist, cognitive psychologist, and learning specialist who was among the many scientists and academics associated with Jeffrey Epstein. So, yeah, associated with Epstein. In 2008, New York Magazine article, Shanks, then a professor at Northwestern University, was identified as part of an eccentric cast of characters visiting Epstein while the financier was serving time in Florida jail. Oh. Ew. Okay. And this guy right here, this is who we're talking about. This guy. Yeah, Roger Shanks. This guy right here. Showing faces and bringing up names, man. That's what we do out here.
Of sex abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others, redacted, provide the following information. Approximately in 1994, redacted revealed herself to redacted as a past victim of sex abuse by Epstein. Redacted described the abuse occurred during parties. Redacted further identified redacted as a friend of redacted. In approximately 1996, redacted resided with redacted in redacted. An unknown man abducted redacted, from her home when she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, formerly known as Jay-Z, while Weinstein had inserted his...
Whoa, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, please super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it.
Of redacted, Epstein, redacted described the abuse occurred during parties. Redacted, further identified redacted as a friend of redacted. In approximately 1996, redacted resided with redacted in redacted. An unknown man abducted redacted from her home when she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter.
Whoa.
Formerly known as Jay-Z, while Weinstein had inserted his fingers into redacted. Redacted believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. And of course, if you know, the Epstein mansion in Florida is really where this whole...
So basically, Harvey Weinstein, I mean, a high up there movie exec at that time. Then you got Sean Carter, basically a movie exec and I'm gonna be real with you, a legendary rapper. And with Epstein in a mansion? Wait, what? Like, yo, okay, this is why everybody's calling Jay-Z a pedo all over social media, and he's been unfollowed like by millions. Because I mean, bro, what is your excuse? You was in a house with Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein with an unconscious girl. I mean, do you want to defend yourself just a little bit?
Case kind of started to unravel with all the victims there, and that's ultimately what landed him up in prison originally. Again, you know, we're barely even into this, folks. This is pretty significant stuff, I think it's fair to say. How you can ignore this if you're a member of the political media, I just don't know. I really don't.
I don't get it either.
From Daphne Wallace to...
Oh, and shout out to Trump Bunny 24 for sending the 200. Oh, yeah, for sending the 200 jewels. The torch. Appreciate it. I'll keep on carrying on.
Jeffrey Epstein. Subject: may I bring in your slice of pizza to you? Respectfully, Daphne.
Oh, God.
Now, do you think they're talking about pizza? Do you think they're emailing about pizza, guys, and bringing a slice of pizza in for you? Somehow I doubt it. Another one. Now, this one, both to and from, is redacted. Both to and from. Alert, send pizza to Bobby.
Ooh, who Bobby?
That's all we have in that image. Subject: alert, send pizza to Bobby. Both the sender and receiver have been redacted. Do you still think they're talking about pizza? From redacted to redacted. Subject: interview of purported Epstein victim. So the senders, receivers of this still redacted here. Thanks. I didn't realize Bush raped him too.
Whoa.
Okay. People are obviously assuming that this Bush mentioned in the email is the political family.
Yeah.
I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on his yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. I'm sorry about this, guys. Some of this stuff is graphic. I do apologize. I should have...
Whoa! African Americans having basically they force a bunch of African guys to grape young women, young virgin white women. That's basically what he's saying. Like at the gist of it, like, bro. But hey, man, we here for it.
African American.
I mean, this is what we wanted, right? This is what we wanted, so we're gonna listen to it.
Points disclosed by the purported victim. While on his yacht, he witnessed African American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. I'm sorry about this, guys. Some of this stuff is graphic. I do apologize. I should have given you a prior warning. Again, this is from the files. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered. their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from the intestines. He was also raped by George Bush 1. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called this to the head office. Thanks. So as you see, most the detective for the NYPD has been redacted here. The only indication of any name we get is right here, this email address. I'm not sure why they left this up, but this email address is connected to some other reveals when it comes to this type of let's say accusations. Now, again, this is for documentary purposes. We're not making any accusations or suggesting anything. We are simply reading from the files. But obviously, that is one of the more gruesome ones that we've seen. And I'm guessing with the New York Police Department, ultimately some of the Epstein case files did end up in New York. And that's also where the Anthony Weiner laptop ended up. I'm not sure these two things are connected, but I figured for the purpose of just putting that on the record so you get a better idea. Here we have, again, an email from Redacted to Redacted. Subject: interview of purported Epstein victim. Myself and S.A., and this is where they're redacting, I'm assuming, the investigators here, the law enforcement in the case, conducted an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein as per referral by the FBI SA Redacted and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker. Results are as follows. At 1200 hours, a male identified as one Redacted arrived at the C20 office. Redacted stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend. Redacted stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes marijuana. Redacted reported being raped, sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5-year-old until 22. Redacted described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in Redacted, and it looks like that's a state, likely Florida. Of his relatives were members first at age 5 and later at age 8. Redacted states he was sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of Redacted, as well as by former U.S. President William J. Clinton. Redacted states also current President Trump alongside his wife Melania were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. Trump not married to his current spouse Melania till 2005. Redacted reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy drug-induced state. Redacted stated all of the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016 approximately. Redacted offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Redacted appeared to be...
I'm not gonna lie, you got to bring in Clinton and Trump on that story. Maybe, and here's the problem with this story. As you heard, the guy who's told this has a history of abusing drugs. So they already might chalk this up to mentally unstable. But yeah, this implicates Bush. I mean, no, this implicates Clinton and Trump at the same time on the same yacht.
Emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any additional investigative resources be expanded concerning Redacted's claim. So it sounds like they didn't trust the said victim.
Obviously. I mean, think about it. They started off with the whole, oh, he does psychedelic mushrooms and he smoked weed, and this is why it's going to be hard to, hear his story out. But his story is pretty wild, though, to sit there and put Clinton and Trump on the same yacht with Epstein while, grape is going on. It's crazy.
To Redacted from Jeffrey Epstein. Question for you. I think pedophile is the plural. So actually, you really want to start down here. From Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. Question for you. Paris with Woody Allen. Sorry for all the typos. For lay pedophile convention, I think pedophile is the plural. So that was the final message here sent to Epstein.
Okay.
We're talking about pedophile conventions. in these emails. To Valston Contrin from Leslie Groff. Thank you for the pizza today. Really good. XO, Leslie. And you can see this is in French here.
Hey, shout out to Tove on Rumble. She says, "Hey, Suge, it's Tove. How much longer are you going to be on? And C, you should have let me and a paramedic on. You should have let me and be paramedic today. Also, the TDS crash outs are insane today. I mean, their words finally match their actions. Shout out Tove from on Rumble, guys. Like I said, you can go on Rumble and also watch the stream as well. I would suggest you to watch it on the horizontal or on Rumble because you get a really good visual on it. And then shout out because Tove coming in again would have been perfectly content with the actions done being left out or redacted, or a list of who possible charges and how many victims and ages. Here's the crazy thing. I mean, look, they're protecting the victims. I mean, they're protecting these pedophiles more than they're protecting the victims. I'm like, I kind of want to know who sent those crazy ass messages. I think that's really important. I think we all want to know who are sending these type of messages because this is crazy. But shout out Tove and appreciate the support on Rumble.
Some more French here. Subject: your pizza is yummy, yummy. There was a lot of French symbolism, let's say, dealing with Pizzagate in 2016 as well. A lot of it. Pretty damning stuff. From Leslie Groff to redacted. FYI, I will let you know what he says come Saturday or Sunday lunch, Little St. James on the map behind Christmas Cove. Now, this is one that has included Howard Lutnick on it. Now, he claimed, I believe, he had stopped communications with Epstein in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. From Howard Lutnick to redacted. Hi, Jeff. So his name is Jeff, who's ever he's sending this to, but they redacted this. We are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's, Anguillina on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7. Thanks, Howard. This is an FBI electronic communication document. Title: lead forwarded to Legat, Mexico City. Approved by redacted, drafted by redacted, contact redacted, synopsis. This lead was generated to follow up on information that a USC, Richard Marchenko, is in custody in Mexico regarding a child sex ring investigation. The Mexican authorities, that is purported to include video evidence held by Mexican law enforcement officials of Jeffrey Epstein engaging in sex acts with minors. The said minors were reported as possible USCs. Enclosure the following items: TLO reports, DMV image of Turner, DMV image of Marquino. Details: the author received information while assigned to a bureau hotline concerning the Jeffrey Epstein investigation that video evidence of Epstein engaging in sex acts with minor children is in evidence in Mexico City. The caller identified himself as Kenneth Darrell Turner. Now, I think I actually don't have, there's a follow-up file that talks about in another email, and I'm not sure if it's related to this case, but I don't think it made my final stack today, that said they had a case, a child kidnapping case, a child sex abuse case in Mexico, and somebody killed the judge.
Damn.
So again, whether or not these things are connected,
that's bull.
I can't say, but that was another thing that we found in Mexico City. in these files, both dealing with potential child sex trafficking. From Jeffrey E. to E.H. Barak, subject, slicing a pizza. So people are obviously assuming that this is former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Originally, this email down here with nothing in it, but the subject, slicing a pizza, from Yadin Dudai. And then the rest is redacted here. Funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year, they get an extra day. Subject, slicing a pizza. Do you still think?
No, that's so true, Trump Bunny. That is true. He's like, they're saying when the conversation gets too real, the TDS runs. Literally, when you're proving their point wrong, or you're proving their lies about Trump or lies about the economy wrong, they do tend to run. And then when you hear them read out the Epstein files, and they don't hear no damning evidence about Trump, they run. Ain't that crazy? And somebody said in the chat, like, yo, the only evidence of Trump being the Epstein files is him being mentioned in conversation and within accusations that have not been corroborated yet, or have been proven to be a lie, to where Trump has an alibi for it. I mean, same thing with Elon as well.
They're talking about pizza.
But like I said, a lot of people don't really care about the Epstein files. They don't care about the fact that little kids are being trafficked. They care about, is Trump in it? Is Trump in it? I mean, let's be real. Okay, so if Trump isn't in it, you're just gonna stop caring about it? You're gonna stop caring about the fact that there are billionaires or millionaires that are pedophiles trafficking children around the world? They're like, in describing them like they're pizzas and Disney princesses. Like, that's cool with you? Because Trump's not involved. That's why. Like, crazy.
Slicing a pizza. Do you still think they're talking about pizza? Here's another unclassified FBI document, CHS reporting document. Let's go down here. Harry has been involved, has developed Trump's hotels, and is a billionaire. Harry, redacted, introduced him, her to the Indonesian CIA. Redacted, Harry, redacted, speaks Indonesian. Harry bought his Beverly Hills home from Trump at an inflated price. On redacted, was at Harry's house when Harry redacted that Trump told him that he was going to fuck Amazon over their military contracts.
Wow.
CHS advised that this was a real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. Unclassified FBI document, and then you can see the tags for this document right here. FD 1023, official record, FBI.
Well, ain't the first time Trump's been accused for working for Israel.
From redacted to redacted. Subject, interview of purported Epstein victim. You know what? We already read this one, guys. I apologize. Let's move on. To Nellie Bulls. Now, that name might be significant. Again, this is for documentary purposes. So we're not going to make any assumptions or any accusations, but this name might be relevant as far as current events are concerned. To Nellie Bulls, from redacted. Subject, Jeffrey Epstein. We'll start at the beginning here. From Nellie Bulls, reporter, the New York Times.
Yeah.
Nellie Bulls, reporter.
And this is Nellie Bulls here. As you can see, Nellie Bulls, American journalist and satirist. I mean, yeah. MAGA curious CBS boss. Wife talks. Yeah, wow. Hours with Jesse. Yeah, talks boldly. Hours with Jeffrey Epstein. So, yeah, she was in contact with Jeffrey Epstein's. Let's see, Nellie Bulls is an American journalist and satirist, being co-founder the Free Press with her spouse Barry Weiss. Oh, this is Barry Weiss's wife. This is Barry Rice. Sorry, I'm kind of effing up the pronunciation of her last name, but this is her wife, the now owner of CBS. Yo. Now that's interesting. That is interesting. Whoops, didn't mean to do all that now. I ain't that interested in the young lady or, well, middle-aged lady. All right, let's get back to it. But that's who this Nelly Knowles is. That's who she is. Or Nelly Bowles. Let's go back on that. Now we know who she is.
Jeffrey Epstein. Any assumptions or any documentary purposes. So we're not going to make any assumptions or any accusations, but this name might be relevant as far as current events are concerned. To Nellie Bowles from Redacted. Subject, Jeffrey Epstein. We'll start at the beginning here from Nellie Bowles, reporter.
Who's Barry Weiss's wife, by the way, who is the owner now or head person at CBS.
York Times. Nellie Bowles, reporter, the New York Times. Says Jeffrey Epstein's address. Please let me know. Thanks, redacted. Assistant to Jeffrey Epstein. So whoever this assistant was has been redacted here. Hello, Nellie. Jeffrey will be in New York tomorrow and Wednesday. Might you be around and available to come meet him? Masha believes you will both enjoy each other's company, perhaps Wednesday at 11 a.m. Totally normal stuff for business emails. Wednesday, 11 a.m. is perfect. I will be there. Good morning, Nellie. Reconfirming you will come see Jeffrey today at 11 a.m. Thanks, redacted. Thanks. Okay, so everybody's really happy. Nellie Bowles, Jeffrey Epstein having a rendezvous here in New York. And that New York Times reporter is, well, you can find out for yourself. From Jeffrey Epstein to Peggy Segal, yacht slut. No goyim in abundance. JP Morgan execs brilliant wasps. Now, this is a follow-up email. I may have the original one in front of this, but this is talking about how they wanted to have an event without any non-Jewish people, or that's who they're referring to as goyim. No, goyim.
Which all Jewish people don't think like this. Like, not all Jewish people sit there and look down on you because you're not Jewish and think that you're a goyim. No, they don't. There's a sect of Jews who do think like this, and it is what it is. But trust me, not all Jews think like this.
In abundance. So I guess there'll be a lot of non-Jews there. A lot of these goyim in abundance, they say. This was the original. Again, the same senders and recipients here. Yacht slut. Is it going to be 100% Jew night? Even Perlman and Yum Yum has some goyim. I am getting my media elite list FedExed out for Saturday and will email some names. What about Charlie Rose? Love him. What about Jane Fonda, my new best friend? Nothing like an ex-Jew hater with a Jewish boyfriend to mix it up. Peg. From Harry Fish to Jeffrey Epstein. No subject. Holy shit. Chunky, I forgot about that. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? So more pizza here. From Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein Vacation Gmail, which, by the way, it appears that this email is now public forum and people are pouring through it now. So that's outside of the government documents. Here's the contents of this email. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Go no. More communications here from the files. To the FCA, David Bowie, Seagrad, James Merce, Jennifer Friedman, Paul Castle. Redacted is a witness for you. Ask Jess Staley who Redacted is. Why is Redacted so important? Because she was and still is a long-term employee of the Epstein trafficking ring that is still running and being funded today.
Damn.
Date of this, February 2025.
What?
So, is the Epstein network still being ran?
Yeah. Just got a new guy.
Martin Nowak from Jeffrey Epstein. Did you torture her? Our spy was captured after completing her mission. Did you torture her? From redacted to redacted. Interview of purported Epstein victims. Okay, we also read this one already. That was one of the nastier ones. From redacted. This is some law enforcement in New York here. You can see what they left. So from redacted to a bunch of redacteds, probably all law enforcement. Subject, Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's go down here to the original one. Brian Miller is the only name that they left in these communications. Back in the 90s, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited a girl for a modeling career. Instead of modeling, she was sold as a sex slave and torture. Prince Andrew was an accessory to her death as he tortured her and me to force her murder. I need to get a passport to identify her. I will need someone to contact the passport office to get an expedited passport. Ooh. He called me wanting me to give him secure.
Nah. Prince Andrew is cooked. It's like, dog. So not only were you like messing with little girls, but you were torturing them too. Like, oh my god.
Email address he is from redacted. That number that came up is redacted. So a lot of this stuff that's ended up in the files are just
take him to jail.
Kind of like satellite accusations or satellite speculation, satellite law enforcement emails and stuff of different accusations and different names that have been brought up in these cases. We have more from the Rothschilds. From A.D. Rothschild to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, Jeff. Very long day sitting on bank board. In beers are okay, but not satisfactory with me. And I'm putting them under pressure to be more innovative about asset management funds while restructuring. I'm in a dinner with a client, fed up. I miss our talks and hope you're well. We'll be at home tomorrow night. Will you be free? And let's discuss Ukraine. Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. Wow.
Well.
So it looks like even this stuff, and you'll hear more about different foreign entanglements.
That's so crazy because it's crazy that we got child traffickers talking about Ukraine, and there has been child trafficking going on in Ukraine. And I know y'all not gonna like to hear this, but yeah, the children that Putin was getting in Ukraine, he was actually getting them from the child slavery or the child trafficking that was going on in Ukraine. Those were the children that Putin had. So Putin actually wasn't the one selling these kids into sex slavery. It was actually some devious people in Ukraine that was doing it. The soldiers would stumble upon it and they would take the kids and bring them back to Russia. This is the truth of the matter. It's kind of crazy how they're talking about Ukraine and how there's money that could be made. A bunch of child traffickers talking about Ukraine and how there's money to be made in it. In 2014, by the way. Crazy.
Uprisings and influence over them in these files, but it looks like even Ukraine, even the Epstein network had connections to Ukraine. To Jeffrey E. from Redacted, I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Redacted. He lied to you and he lied to me. Who's giving Jeffrey E. permission to kill him? Who is this? Redacted here. Probably significant. This is, we had mentioned earlier, some of the deals with the Rothschilds. Here's a letter of agreement. In fact, I think we did read this one, $25 million for services, deal cut with the with Epstein and the Rothschilds. So we'll move on. We already read that. Here's some text messages that were revealed here. The blue we're to understand as Epstein. Ukraine looking for advice. Not sure where to start. So we're back on Ukraine. Senator Larry Summers, whoever this might be, we just have a name. We can discuss Ukraine. I know a little, having been a number of times to Pinchuk Conference and having helped push their debt relief during Jaresko's time as FM. Zelensky looking for help. Putin dismissive, saying he's run by Israelis. So you consider the context of all of this. And this was not too soon before Zelensky would become president.
Hey, yo, and shout out Nurse Irving for sending the happy poo for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
Zelensky looking for help. Putin dismissive, saying he's run by Israelis. So Putin was saying Zelensky was run by the Israelis before this latest incursion even happened, according to these documents.
Wow, makes sense.
From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein vacation, subject BGC3 deliverables and scope. Now, you scroll down here, you see Bill Gates, Larry Cohen, and then redacted from redacted. So if you skip down here, and there's a couple other things that talk about pandemics. So pandemic comes up in these emails and Bill Gates multiple times. Follow-up recommendations and or technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation.
2017.
Strain pandemic simulation.
Wow.
March 3rd, 2017. They're talking about a strain pandemic simulation. And then we all know what happened a few years later.
2 years, yep.
Here's some bank records that were in the files. Wire transfers with Epstein's account. JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Deutsche Bank. Here's some with David Ellison listed in there. Bank of America, Capital One, TD Bank. A lot of redacted stuff here. Skydance Films. You do see the large numbers here on the right, including this transaction with David Ellison for more than for tens of millions of dollars here. Looks like about $26 million there. David Ellison initial funding. Of course, David Ellison. Is this the same David Ellison related to Larry Ellison with Oracle?
Hey, shout out Trump Bunny for sending the 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support.
The TikTok takeover, and everything else.
Crazy.
Larry Summers, Jeffrey Epstein vacation. Please direct all scheduling inquiries. Will call tonight or at some time. Will you be visiting Mar-a-Lago? Being asked for 3 names to replace Munchin. So it sounds like the Epstein network was also influencing Treasury Secretary selections, including Steve Munchin. And there's other indicators of the Epstein network influencing other decisions made in D.C. as far as who gets onto the Supreme Court, Treasury Secretary, and other such things. So that was an ongoing trend. It may come up again here. From Jeffrey Epstein to Roger Schenck. Oh, we already had this one too. This is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune in the past 10 years. Let the Goyim deal with the real world. So it sounds like they rig and control trade markets to benefit themselves and let the Goyim deal with the real world, not the rigged world. From redacted to redacted. Okay, we already had that one. Yeah, we already had that one. Some of this, the print is so small, it's hard to read. Oh, this one just talks about communications between Epstein and Dershowitz. And then it talks about foreign policy influence in Qatar and Turkey and Syria. talks about how Epstein had a close relationship with the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Baruch. So again, we're talking about foreign influence and the Epstein network. Here's more influence over U.S. decisions. Epstein says started talking to Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton for Kavanaugh. Was Epstein talking to Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton to get Kavanaugh confirmed?
Oh, shit.
It seems that is what this message thread indicates. Now, we both, obviously, everybody here knows that Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton, senators, are very pro-Israel, more pro-Israel, you might even say, than America. Were they contacted by Epstein over a vote for the Supreme Court? He seems to claim so. This is a Justice Department file. At first, Jeffrey was furious, but I pointed out that by staggering daughters every 8 years, he would always have a supply of ripe girls at his disposal. He bought me a house at Redacted, got my oldest daughter into Redacted by donating $50,000 to their gender studies program.
Wild.
And paid for my youngest daughter to attend Redacted. Damn. And all she had to do was send him a pint of Mormon blood every week.
What? I'm sorry, that's not funny, but what? Wait, what? Oh, shit. Hold on, lady. So, first of all, where the hell are you getting a pint of Mormon blood from? That's honestly a good question. But you sold out other people's little kids, other little girls to Jeffrey Epstein so you can get your girl into the school or college of her choice. And all you had to do was give up a pint of Mormon blood. Like, honestly, I'll be real with you. I'm more stuck on the Mormon blood, if anything. Like, for what? What are you gonna do? Drink it?
Thank you, Jeffrey. You helped.
What is that like? What is that age-old? Like, what was it? The age-old accusation of they're drinking Christian blood. Does that actually have some relevance somewhere? Could y'all begin a pint of Mormon blood for what?
So many people, and give me the Italian marble tiles in my kitchen, steam shower, and a ranch of my own to continue the great work. Also, a quick thank you to Ghislaine. By the way, I haven't said anything to the feds yet and won't as long as those USPS money orders keep arriving from Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center. Stop by Redacted for your first free session of Dynamic Sexuality. Bring a friend or even a dozen. We will make it worth your time. I'm Esther Cohen, Tizer Epstein, and I approve of this message. I'm not really sure how to interpret this top paragraph here. It's obviously disturbing. I pointed out that by staggering daughters every 8 years, he would always have a supply of ripe girls at his disposal. All she had to do was send him a pint of Mormon blood every week.
Every week, though. Every week. Damn. Where are you finding that at?
Now, you've seen the stuff that they're willing to discuss.
I mean, I know where you'd find the Mormon blood from. I mean, where you're going to find a willing participant every goddamn week unless you're just shelling out the cash like that.
These emails. I mean, some stuff that you would think you wouldn't put in email, but they did. Now, here's one. Jeffrey Epstein talking to Joy Ito here. My schedule today is a bit crappy, but I could mail from the car around 6:30 p.m.-ish. Where will you be? Not for email. I'm trying to get a friend out of prison in Syria. You don't happen to have anyone with influence over Assad, do you? This is being inquired of Jeffrey. Not for email. So we've seen what they will discuss in email. So imagine what they're not willing to discuss in email. From Josh Harris to Jeffrey E.
It kind of just shows how well connected he is when, you know, people are calling you to get somebody out of Syria. And he's telling you, no, bro, not for email. But I got you, though, but not in this email thread. Like, huh.
Will do, Jeff. I'm not sure there is much controversy at this point. After the call, if there is, happy to catch up. Thanks. You should feel free to call me directly so that I may explain my thinking. Any conversation that you prefer to stay between just us, well, it is my financial confession booth for Jews. My financial confession booth for Jews.
Well, financial confession booth.
From Gino U to Jeffrey E, written by someone I'm mentoring. Let's start at the bottom. I'm in Paris, was about to write you, and it popped up. She is a classic stage 3 in the model, outlier who is intelligent, was traumatized when she was young, sexual abuse.
What?
And now gradually coming into her own and becoming self-realized. Can share our text interactions with her permission, starting to develop special abilities.
Whoa. So basically saying, all right, she's a model and she's intelligent and she matches what we would want by somebody who's sexually abused. So you guys literally go after the sexually abused. And as long as they're intelligent and look good, I guess you guys can mold them into what y'all want. I mean, this sounds oh so familiar.
This trip, we found a lot of stories like this, though she is more on the extreme side given her biographical history. Have been working with many such people with the model with good success. Incidentally, she is based in New York City. Can set up a meeting if you have interest in London. I met with a group that leverages Iboga and spiritual traditions from Gabon to offer this alternate paradigms. Who prompted your Asperger email? I just shared with you a message that I got from someone that I'm mentoring based upon their stages model. Her message popped up, and as I was about to write you to see if you were around or knew people here I should meet, and I shared it with you. The caravan trip has been really wonderful in meeting people that are, quote, stage 3. These are people who are developing different perspective of reality and discovering the gifts that they have. Also, in rallying others who have a strong interest in this area. Among the new projects emerging include a base to use science-based approach and Eastern practices to help sort these stage 3 people out. I understand that you are not happy with the result of the Cuba conference that you funded, but I feel that the work is very important towards helping people identify and recognizing the gifts that they have in which may not be accepted or well understood by society today. That is why your support is important to me and why I'm communicating to you my work, and why I'm grateful for the path that your commitment of funds has given me the confidence to undertake. My intention for sending you...
Oh, this shit reads like a sci-fi movie, like almost like what they're talking about, kids with special abilities and they got to have some type of sexual assault happen to them or be tortured to unlock these abilities. It's like, bro, what the hell?
The mail is to show that it is relevant work and people are benefiting. People that would not normally otherwise fit in are learning to accept themselves, and that abilities beyond what society would consider normal are possible. New models are also possible, such as Alternative Paradigms Group are finding their way. New forms of knowing without knowing how one knows. So what this sounds like is the type of stuff that was the subject of the TV show Stranger Things. People with special abilities. What are we talking about here? What is stage 3? From Jeffrey E. to Brian Bishop, designer babies, use of funds.
Huh.
We'll start at the first email. Attached as the doc you requested, it's the use of funds spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning company. This gets us out of our self-funded garage biology phase to the first live.
AKA, these guys are literally messing with genetics and trying to create designer babies in their garage, in their attic, or whatever space they use as their laboratory in their house. Ugh. Okay.
birth of a human designer baby and possibly a human clone within 5 years. Once we reach the first birth, everything changes and the world will never be the same again, much less the fortune of the human species. Attached document shows about $1.7 million a year for up to 5 years, plus $1 million for lab setup, $9.5 million to fund 5 years, $6 million for 3. Next steps. I am happy to hop on another call, or I could take a trip to meet you in person. And if you have any thoughts about what I might be missing or whether this is reasonable estimate to get to the first live birth, then I will actually really appreciate any feedback you have. I'm traveling to Lithuania for August 7th through 14th, and I'll be possibly unreachable during that time. Google Docs version here, redacted. Thank you, Brian, redacted.
Well,
no rush, said Epstein to Brian. So the interpretation here is that you go back to the last one where they talk about humans with special abilities and mentoring them. Here you have designer babies. Epstein is funding all of this. It seems he has no issue with funding all of this stuff. And a lot of similar things came out from the New Mexico Zorro Ranch about cloning and other things like that. So we're talking about designer babies. We're talking about people with special abilities. We're talking about Epstein funding it all. This is all conspiracy theory, Stranger Things stuff in these Epstein documents. And guys, keep this stuff in mind. I'm just documenting this right now. Once we conclude this documenting, we'll start to kind of get more into opinion and commentary. This is just reading them from the files for documentary purposes. So we're not making any accusations or anything like that. We're just reading. This stuff is very interesting, though, but we'll come back to that. This is from Michael Wolff to Jeffrey E. War between the Jews and the non-Jews. Jews presently winning. And so this was a article that was sent, a Bloomberg article right after Trump was inaugurated for his first term. Bannon removed from National Security Council role in shakeup. And of course, we've seen other contacts, communications, relations with Bannon and Epstein, including but not limited to a long-form interview and a text that we read earlier. And so I guess since Bannon was a goy, they said, we're going to get rid of him. They did. They got rid of Bannon. War between the Jews and the non-Jews. Jews presently winning.
Yeah, it's true.
So the
Bannon did speak out against Israel a lot, to the point where they got sick of the man and kicked him out. And even now, to this very day, he says, bro, we don't need regime change. What was it? I think he was one of the main people that said we didn't need regime change in Venezuela, but we do need regime change in Israel. And I agree with him on that. Bibi needs to get out of power.
Network was going to make sure there were no non-Jews in the Trump administration. And if you look at the second Trump administration, it looks like that is a continuing trend. Now, Michael Wolff, all we have is the name. Now, Trump did threaten to sue a Michael Wolff this weekend. The author, are they the same people? I don't know, but I figured we'd at least lay that out, as Trump did mention a lawsuit against Michael Wolff this weekend, or a pending lawsuit. This one is so small. I'm going to have to, guys, let me see if I can zoom in on this. This text is so small here. I can't even read this, actually. Yeah, you know what? Originally came from, and maybe try to get a clearer version here. It looks like this is the one. I know the context of this one, so I'll try to be right. But this is the one where they're talking about Epstein is communicating with somebody about different tax breaks. And he says, are there any new tax breaks? And he basically says, not for the Goyim. So the insinuation here is that they have tax breaks for Jewish people, but non-Jewish people cannot take advantage of these tax breaks. That's what's in this email that I'm sorry, this is too small to read here. But that's what that is from. And it looks like this is another one here. This is another one. For whatever reason, wherever I got these files, they're just really grainy. I apologize. But this is the goyim here. This is the conclusion of the conversation. They talk about the tax breaks, but not for the goyim.
Tough.
So that's that line right there. I apologize. That's so blurry. So I know the context, but for whatever reason, that image was just a bad image coming in. All right. Let's see here. Oh, this is another real nasty one. From redacted to Jeffrey Edwards. This is the same JE vacation email. Oh my God, Jeffrey, I can't believe what I see in my bank account. This is unbelievable. This bank account never, ever saw such numbers. Jeffrey, I don't even know what to say, what to do, how to express my gratitude. Thank you so much from all of us. I want you to know that this present will never be wasted for not important things. We won't touch it till we really, really need it for redacted. Now, I'm assuming that's a name, and I'll tell you why in a second. Greatest thank you. Your generosity has no limits. The only thing I can do is share my happiness with you. This little rabbit says thank you. So there's an image, and I don't believe I didn't put this image up because it's an image of a kid. But basically, whoever is redacted here sent this little rabbit. It's an image of a baby.
Oh, wow.
And I think it had maybe bunny ears on. So the thank you was this redacted individual sent Jeffrey Epstein the image of a baby. And I guess that was expressing thanks because he likes images of babies. And I'm assuming that's what this redaction is right here. So I mean, again, we just want to, I'm not documenting here. I don't want to get too into commentary or opinion, but, the circumstances here, it looks like there was some deal cut and Epstein paid this person for access to this baby. No answers, though, as far as, Todd Blanche did a press conference and he's done follow-up interviews, but nobody's asking about this stuff. Nobody in the mainstream media is asking these questions. Nobody's even looking into it. It's crazy.
Man, bro.
It's crazy.
Like, man, if I was able to speak to Todd Blanche right now, I'd have 30 questions to ask this man. At least 30 is from hearing everything this guy has read out.
But that's where we're at. To Jeffrey Epstein from Al Seckel, hacking Wikipedia again. They have all sorts of protection around your mugshot picture on Wikipedia. And so we are hacking Wikipedia now to remove it and replace it with a photo that you sent, which will have the headline, Jeffrey Epstein, businessman, philanthropist. So how funny is that? So whoever Epstein is working with here, his hackers are making sure that his public image is businessman and philanthropist. And I guess eventually somewhere down the road, financier became the other one. By the way, we also took out you in the sex offender category and removed the headline in the beginning sentence from Wikipedia that also stated sex offender, and now it just reads businessman, philanthropist. We recorded the IP addresses of the people who were going in and changing our edits back and actually hacked the site to block them back in.
Yo,
that's why the site has been stable. So whoever these hackers are for Epstein, they made sure to clean up his image on Wikipedia, and then they made sure to identify whoever was going in there and changing it back to what he really was or what he was being accused of.
Locked him out the site.
And they were able to locate who those people were too. I wonder what their fate ended up being. Pretty disturbing. From Jeffrey E. to Joy Ito. Oh, this was the not for email one. Secret societies. To J.E. Vacation from redacted subject Murray. Just got a note from Bob Priory, who asked me if I thought Murray Gelman would make a good candidate for the Zodiac. As you know, it's one of those last secret type societies. The Zodiac is one of the really cool ones. There are 12 members at any one time, and it is still very secret. They do really cool stuff, but mostly since they are all very old, it's just dinners in exotic locations. I can't tell you all the 12 members because I don't know who they all are, but I know Paul Volcker is one. Some guy named Howdy, whose family owns Stuyvesant Town. Bob Prairie, and I think Tom Brokaw. Bob represents cancer, the sign, not the month. You are a member until death, but if you get senile, they can put you into eccentric orbit and not invite you to meetings, etc. Anyway, the only way you get in is if they can put you, is if somebody dies. Then there are obviously no minorities or women allowed. Anyway, let me know what you think. Finally leaving West Africa tonight. Let me know when you get your postcard. You will hopefully laugh a lot, miss you. So we don't know who sent this about a secret Zodiac society. No minorities allowed. Okay. Oh, here's pandemics coming up again. Here's pandemics coming up again. From Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. Well, actually, we'll go to the original. Preparing for pandemics is the...
And this here is Paul Volcker, part of this alleged Zodiac club. Huh, interesting. So, yeah, Paul Volcker. Paul Adolf Volcker Jr., September 5th, 1927. He died in December 8th, 2019. Was an American economist who served as the 12th chairman of the Federal Reserve from 1979 to, let me go ahead and actually get the full there. 1987. So apparently this guy here is part of that Zodiac club. Let's see here. Grandparent, German origin. Okay. All right, though. That's pretty much this guy. Part of the Zodiac club full of rich people, rich individuals, who had high influence.
Subject matter here. To Redacted, from Redacted, CC redacted. Please find attached a draft agenda for the meeting on preparing for pandemics as requested. Let's discuss next steps. For example,
I just want to let you guys know I'm not suicidal in any way. I love my life. I truly do. So I am not suicidal.
How to officially involve the WHO and ICRC. Best regards. I hope we can pull this off. Redacted. Preparing for pandemics. Hope we can pull this off. Involve the WHO.
Hey, shout out to Debate Nation for the 100 for the 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
Wonder who that is. All right, now we're gonna get a little outside of the frame here. And let me provide a little context from this account on X, Heather C_77. We've got 10.2 million views on this. Epstein Files, this is huge. The individual who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death on August 10th, 2019, claiming he witnessed weird happenings at the prison before Epstein's death, has been identified in the Epstein Files. Robert Grijalva, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, has been identified as the anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming Epstein left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair, while at the same time an unauthorized trip van arrived at the prison, which he believed took Epstein away the night before news of his death. The day after Epstein's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of the SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for records aiming to uncover Grijalva's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. Grijalva's name is not redacted on his bank records included in the SDNY subpoena response from Citibank for his 4chan post, and ties to the same prison officer, Roberto Grijalva, whose statements were released as a part.
So these people said something out loud. It sounds like this kid says something out loud, not kid, but the security officer says something, noticed something, and for some reason, well, the investigators were looking into him. And it's kind of weird because, well, what he saw is pretty much leading up to, well, maybe Jeffrey Epstein is actually alive and maybe we got a body double. Maybe Epstein never died. But and here's the thing. I mean, this guy's writing this on 4chan and this could have been looked over. The investigators could have said, oh, whatever. But for some reason, they was like, how did he come to that? Or how did he know?
Of the prison's investigation into Epstein's death. This is huge. We now have a validation. The 4chan post from 8/10/2019 is a legitimate eyewitness account from an MCC prison officer that Epstein may have been switched out before news of his alleged suicide. So here's the original 4chan post.
Hold the F on.
I can leave it up here for a moment. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. So this is the original 4chan post where he's saying he believes he witnessed them. I'll read it for you. Not saying anything after this. Please do not try to dox me. But last night, after 04:15 count, they took so that means they're probably checking the cells every 15 minutes. So at 4:15 in the morning, the 4:15 count, they took him medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. So in other words, if he was having a medical incident, there would have been medical on site, but he's saying there was no medical on site, just the wheelchair. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and he hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in and we did not record the plate number, and a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I am shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. Now, there's other rumors that Hillary Clinton's brother, I think Tony Rodham was his name, who actually looks a lot like Epstein. They look very similar. It's kind of eerie how similar they look. They think that might have been the switch, but that's just an aside. You know, I wonder, and it might be too late now, but it's like, I wonder if anybody got any footage from that morning, just surrounding buildings or businesses or whatever might have their own security footage that might have actually captured this.
Mm-hmm.
So they were investigating this guy.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and call it a night on that one. Don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow to give you guys more, because shout out to my man, Owen Schroeder. He's been doing this every day, been going through the Epstein files. Like, I got another, like, this video was like an hour long. Trust me, there's another video that's 38 minutes long. So we'll be doing this for a couple days. Cause like I said, I want to get it out there to let these Dems know that we're not running from this. We're not running. The problem is you guys want this to be all about Trump, but the thing is, this is about justice. This is about holding these people accountable and getting them off the streets or off their executive boards. Like, that's what this is about. But hey, it is what it is. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and head out on this one, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, man. I appreciate it. So make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, and go ahead and hit that icon up top and subscribe to the channel. Also follow me on Rumble, Twitter, Kick, Twitch, and wherever else you can stream on. You can most likely find me. All right, guys. S.E.T with S.E.T Media. I'm gonna go ahead and head out on this one. Appreciate the support.